You lie still, in the dark, the hum of your fan barely masking the quiet tap of the world outside your window. Somewhere, not far from here, beneath forests, deserts, oceans, and frozen plains, are pieces of the past that don't fit. A skull with eyes too blue. A dagger made from metal that fell from space. Stone circles that align with the stars, yet lie buried beneath jungle roots. You close your eyes, and for just a moment the veil thins. Now picture this, a hillside in Belgium, soft with moss, cold with ancient mud. The rain has stopped, but water still glistens between the stones. Nothing looks remarkable until you realize the rocks aren't random. They curve into a circle too neat to be chance. You crouch, brushing aside wet earth, and there it is, just bone. A piece of a human skull pale against the dirt. Not a body, not a grave, but a message, a whisper. Something older than history and more stubborn than time itself. That's what tonight is. A journey into the things we've found but can't explain. The archaeological outliers, the impossible discoveries, the artifacts that shouldn't exist according to textbooks and timelines. The ones that make historians sigh and then lie awake anyway. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And while we're paused, drop a comment with your location and what time it is where you are. There's something magical about knowing someone else is drifting off to sleep at the exact same moment halfway across the world. Because the stories tonight aren't just about the past. They're about you, the version of you that still wonders. The one that tilts their head at a weirdly shaped rock and thinks, wait, what if these mysteries don't come with answers? Some barely come with context, but they're real. Carbon-dated, chiseled, buried, forgotten, and then remembered again, usually by accident. A hiker, a farmer, a bored satellite scan, and suddenly a doorway opens. A sealed tomb shifts a shape in the shadows, turns out to be a sculpture from a culture we never knew existed. And that's what makes them so good for right now. You don't need to memorize anything. There's no quiz. Just listen, drift, and maybe, if the timing is right, dream a little differently. Now turn off the lights, maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. The wind is still, the moonlight fades, and under your feet, something stirs. It started with a skull half buried in the soft glacial soil of Belgium, tucked beneath layers of forgotten time. You wouldn't have noticed it. No one would. It wasn't grand. There were no bones arranged neatly around it, no gilded tomb or dramatic inscription to mark its presence. Just a skull. Just the top half of a human head staring silently through 10,000 years of dirt and frost. You shuffle forward through the mud, brushing back a patch of moss with your sleeve. The air smells like cold stone and damp leaves. You're standing in a small forest clearing, and everything is too quiet. No birds, no bugs, just the wind circling the trees, like it's not quite sure where to go. The archaeologists were only here by accident, geologists really. They weren't looking for anything human, just tracing soil transitions poking through Earth's long history of ice and thaw. And yet there she was. Later, they called her the Woman of the Muse, named after the river nearby. But in the moment, she was just a question wrapped in mud. Her skull, missing its jaw, rested in a shallow depression surrounded by stones that didn't match the surrounding geography. Some were oval, Others formed a vague halo like a primitive crown. It was subtle but intentional, like someone had laid her to rest with care, with meaning. She had no tools beside her, no beads, no pottery, just her head. But that head would end up telling a story that didn't make sense, not to anyone. Because when they tested her bones, they found something no one expected. She had blue eyes, not just the light-colored variant you might find in northern populations today. We're talking piercing pale glacier blue so rare in Mesolithic Europe that scientists did double takes, then triple takes. The DNA extracted from the petrous part of her skull, the dense bone just behind the ear, was pristine, almost impossibly so, and it didn't match the profile of other hunter-gatherers from her time. Her genes revealed a mix that had never been seen before: light skin, light eyes, dark hair, and genetic markers more commonly associated with much later populations. She wasn't just rare. She was unique. A ghost, genetically speaking. A one-woman anomaly. Historians still debate whether her DNA represents a lost migration, an unknown wave of people who wandered into Europe and then vanished. Others believe she was a member of a small, isolated group, a genetic branch that budded briefly before being absorbed, erased, or forgotten. Some think her people were wiped out. Others think they just slipped quietly into the bloodstreams of larger tribes until their uniqueness diluted like ink in water. But then the theories get weirder. The site where her skull was found, a marshy island in what would have been a wetland 10,000 years ago. It wasn't exactly easy to get to, and yet someone went to the trouble of placing her there. Not dumping her, placing her. The surrounding stones were carefully arranged not by nature, but by intent. A ritual, maybe, or a burial meant to protect or hide or preserve. You can't help but imagine some young person or elder kneeling beside her, pressing a final stone into the soil. There was no settlement nearby, no tools, no fireplace. But 30 meters away, buried deeper, they found a single shard of a flint blade. Crude, sharp, probably broken. Could have belonged to her. Could have belonged to someone who knew her. Could have meant nothing or everything. Archaeology is like that. You find a knife near a skull, and suddenly everyone's arguing, was she murdered, sacrificed, revered? And we still don't know. But we do know this someone at some point decided she was important enough to bury differently. Later, they scanned her skull, digitally reconstructed her face. Soft jawline, long nose, wide-set eyes that stared blankly from a computer screen into the present. For a moment, she wasn't just an artifact. She was a person again. A face without a name. A woman who might have laughed, hunted, bled, or sang songs we'll never hear again. And maybe that's the most unsettling part, because nothing about her should exist. Not according to what we thought we knew. Not according to migration models or climate maps or textbook illustrations of early Europeans with broad noses and darker skin. But she does exist. Her bones tell a story that textbooks forgot to write down. Or maybe were never given the chance to. You step back in your mind and look at the forest again. You imagine the marsh, the way it once was, wet, hazy, the sun filtered through low clouds and cattails. You imagine her tribe, if there was one, a handful of people living at the edge of ice and time, building fires, watching the stars, naming the moon. You imagine her walking across this ancient world, barefoot eyes, bright hair tied back, moving like she belonged. And maybe she did. Maybe her people weren't anomalies. Maybe we are the ones who forgot. The ones who kept erasing everything that didn't fit the narrative we'd already written. So now she waits, not for justice or glory, just to be remembered. Her skull sits quietly in a European lab, cataloged and climate-controlled, a data point with cheekbones. But to the few who've stood in that forest clearing, or stared into her digital eyes, or held the soil where she once lay, she's more than that. She's a reminder that the past doesn't always behave, that history doesn't always ask permission before changing shape, and that sometimes the story you think you're telling turns out to be someone else's entirely. You blink, and suddenly you're somewhere warmer, drier. The air smells like limestone dust and heat baked into the earth. You're in Cyprus now, standing at the edge of an excavation site that doesn't look like much, just a stretch of discolored stone surrounded by scrubby hills, and the kind of silence that hums louder the longer you stay still. But underneath this dust, buried just inches below your feet, hundreds of statues were sleeping. The discovery started in 2018. Just a routine dig outside the town of Nicosia. Nothing flashy. A field cleared the soil, scraped slowly away. The usual stuff: pottery shards, worn stones, broken tools. Then a statue emerged. A simple one, humanoid, limestone, the kind that looks almost too calm to be important. Then they found another, then another. And before long, the archaeologists were uncovering what would eventually become one of the largest single halls of ancient figurines ever discovered in the region. Over 500 statues crammed beneath the earth in tightly packed rows. Some were tall, human-sized, and noble-looking. Others were small and rough-hewn, more abstract. Some smiled faintly. Others had wide blank eyes like they were still mid-prayer. You walk slowly among them, now imagine it. Statues with their backs buried in the earth, faces tilted up like they're waiting for the sky to remember them. And none of them should be there in such numbers. Not in one place. Not like this. Archaeologists date the site to around 700 BCE Early Iron Age into the Archaic period, a time when Cyprus was a cultural cocktail: Greek, Phoenician, Egyptian, Assyrian. You name it, they passed through here. The island was a hub, a crossroad. You'd expect trade goods, maybe some religious blending. But this looks like a shrine. Or something more. The site wasn't a burial ground. No graves, no bones. It wasn't a domestic site either. There were no homes, no ovens, no living quarters. What they uncovered was a temple, a sacred structure that had likely stood for centuries. And these statues, they weren't tossed in randomly. They were arranged, stacked gently, facing the same direction in some cases, standing like soldiers in spiritual formation. One figure wore a helmet arm stiff at his side. Another held what might have been a musical instrument. There were warriors, priests, children, even animals. Some carved in local style, others clearly inspired by foreign aesthetics: Greek stylized beards, Egyptian postures, Phoenician facial features. It was a shrine that didn't belong to just one people. It belonged to everyone. Historians still debate whether this temple was multicultural by design, or whether it simply absorbed the religious overflow of whoever passed through. Some say it was a spiritual neutral zone. Others argue it was a shared temple, a sacred space where traders and travelers offered thanks to their gods, whatever those gods happened to look like. But the real question isn't just why they built it, it's why they buried it. See, most of these statues weren't destroyed. They were preserved, and not by accident. This wasn't the aftermath of an earthquake or a flood. The placement was too careful, too deliberate. If this had been a collapse, the figures would be scattered, broken, strewn. But here they were, laid to rest like monks closing a monastery, some stacked, some arranged in rows, some facing east. Like a ritual, one final act of reverence before silence. One theory suggests a religious shift, that new gods had come new rulers, and instead of smashing the old beliefs, the priests chose to retire them with dignity. They buried the idols like they would bury their ancestors, whole sacred and respected, not abandoned, not defaced, just done. But there's another layer that complicates things. Some of the figurines, they were damaged on purpose. Broken arms, crushed heads, burn marks that don't match natural wear. Was this an act of cleansing? Of rage? Was someone trying to erase something here after all? Or was the damage part of the ritual, symbolically killing the objects before they were laid to rest, the way some cultures would snap a warrior's sword before burial? And then there's the silence. No inscriptions were found, no names, no dedications. In a region where people carved their gratitude into stone and etched prayers into potsherds, this shrine left no written words behind. Nothing to say who was here, what they believed, or why they stopped believing. It's enough to make you wonder. Was that on purpose? Maybe it was the kind of place where names didn't matter, where offerings were made in silence anonymously known only to the gods. Or maybe it was a rule. Maybe it was forbidden to record who made the statues because the act of offering was supposed to be egoless, a gift with no return address. You wander the field in your mind, picturing the day the last statue was buried, the heat, the quiet. A few priests standing in the dust robes heavy with sweat. No chants, just motion. One by one, they lift each idol gently and lower it into the earth. Hundreds of stone souls returning to the silence they came from. The final offering wasn't an object, it was absence, the choice to stop. Today the statues sit in museums laid out in rows once again, but this time behind glass. Their mystery remains intact. We know how old they are. We know the materials. We know a little about the regional cults, but we don't know the God. We don't know the prayers, and we don't know why a place of such beauty and spiritual gravity was sealed beneath dirt and time, as if the people themselves had agreed, this chapter is done. Maybe it was fear, maybe reverence, maybe it was both. But when you see them, those calm, blind faces, you feel something. Something you can't name. Something the silence won't explain. And maybe that's the point. You're in the Valley of the Kings now, where the Egyptian sun feels like it could press you flat against the earth if it wanted to. The sky hangs low and blinding, and the stone beneath your feet is so dry it crackles when you step. You're moving through a tomb, not just any tomb, but the tomb. The one that made headlines change museum security forever and launched a century of curses and documentaries. Tutankhamun, the boy king, the golden sarcophagus, the chariots, the jewelry, the coffins nested like Russian dolls. Everyone knows the story or thinks they do. But tucked among all that gold and ceremonial flair, resting beside the mummified thigh of a king who died before he could grow a beard, is a dagger. A slim, unassuming blade with a gold hilt and a sheath, decorated with tiny, intricate flowers. It doesn't look that different from the kind of dagger a noble might carry, except for one problem. It's not made from this earth, not metaphorically, not in a poetic, he was a star kind of way. Literally, the blade is forged from meteoric iron metal that fell from the sky, screaming through the atmosphere before slamming into the Egyptian desert sometime before the boy king's reign. Now here's the wild part. In Tutankhamun's time, Egypt wasn't working with iron yet. The Iron Age hadn't hit this part of the world. Their tools were bronze, copper, gold for the fancy stuff. Iron was rare, mysterious, valuable, almost divine. And this wasn't just any chunk of meteorite hammered into a blade. This dagger was crafted, perfectly balanced, polished, etched. Whoever made it knew what they were doing. It wasn't a novelty or an experiment. It was deliberate. Historians still debate whether the dagger was made in Egypt or imported from somewhere even older and wiser. The Hittites' neighbors to the north had some early ironsmithing skills and a reputation for sending high-end gifts to Egyptian royalty. Some surviving Amarna letters, those ancient clay tablet correspondences between kings, mention iron being exchanged like fine wine or leopard skins. Rare, precious, and almost mystical. So maybe the dagger was a diplomatic gift, passed from hand to hand, generation to generation. And when Tutankhamun died, suddenly probably from a broken leg that got infected, because fate is rude, it was laid to rest with him. Maybe no one really knew what it was. Maybe they knew exactly what it was. Here's the odd fact for you. When scientists finally tested the blade in 2016 using X-ray fluorescent spectrometry, they found it had a high nickel content, a dead giveaway that it came from a meteorite. Terrestrial iron doesn't carry that much nickel. Space iron does. Add in a little cobalt, a bit of chromium, and you've got yourself the most scientifically confirmed object from outer space ever placed in a human tomb. And it wasn't the only one. Other pieces of meteoric iron jewelry have been found in ancient Egyptian sites. Beads, amulets, small things, but nothing like this dagger. Nothing so precise, so dangerous, so deliberate. And here's where it gets really interesting. Because Tutankhamun's tomb has long been associated with the idea of a curse. Not the kind with glowing eyes and hieroglyphic riddles, but something subtler. Within a year of the tomb's opening in 1922, several members of the excavation team had died under mysterious circumstances. Lord Carnarvon, the expedition's financier, died from an infected mosquito bite. His dog supposedly howled and died at the exact same moment back in England. A canary owned by Howard Carter was eaten by a cobra the same day the tomb was open. You know, just normal Tuesday stuff. Now nobody's saying a piece of space metal caused a wave of supernatural revenge. But the idea that a cosmic weapon, something forged from the stars and laid to rest with a divine ruler, might carry a bit of energy with it, that's the kind of thing ancient people absolutely believed. The Egyptians saw the sky not as empty space, but as a domain of gods. Meteors were messages, omens, some good, some not so much. A blade made from one of those messages that was sacred, maybe protective, maybe dangerous, maybe both. And remember where the blade was found on his right thigh. That's not an accident. It wasn't tossed in with the other treasure. It was placed close to his body, likely by someone who believed it would help him in the afterlife. Maybe to defend himself. Maybe to show the gods he was a child of the heavens too. Historians still argue about where the blade was made. No Egyptian iron workshops have ever been found from that period. No blueprints. No tutorials. So either someone else made it, or we've lost the evidence of an entire technological leap that somehow vanished into sand and silence. One theory even suggests that the knowledge of working meteoric iron might have been deliberately hidden or reserved only for spiritual elites. Maybe it was ritual technology used only in tombs and burials, a secret science wrapped in gold and buried with the dead. Another theory: the blade is older than the tomb, way older. That it might have existed centuries before Tutankhamun was born, that it was passed down like an heirloom or a cursed relic, and maybe, just maybe, it had a reputation even then. A story, a legend. You picture it now, a high priest holding the blade, whispering something in the dark, the smell of incense, the flicker of firelight on gold, the awareness that this isn't just a weapon, it's a story, a piece of the sky captured and shaped, destined to sleep beside a god king for eternity. And yet, it didn't stay buried, did it? You wonder what it feels like to hold a piece of a star. Not metaphorically. Actually, to wrap your fingers around something that fell to earth before you were born, before your civilization was born, before maybe civilization itself was born. And then someone took that thing and turned it into a dagger. Maybe it wasn't made to cut flesh. Maybe it was made to pierce time. The sun is already high over the Red Sea, and the port of Baraniki buzzes with life, or at least it used to. Today, the air is dry and restless, the ruins half swallowed by salt and wind. You stand in a coastal skeleton of stone and dust, where camel caravans once creaked through sand-laced streets, and merchant ships unloaded crates of ivory, cinnamon, and silk. But what they didn't expect to find here, not then, not now, was a statue of the Buddha. Yep, a Buddha in Egypt. Carved from pristine white marble, just over 2 feet tall, found in a Roman-era port built by Greeks, and placed in a spot where no lotus had ever bloomed. When archaeologists from the University of Warsaw uncovered the statue in 2023, they almost couldn't believe it. It wasn't broken, misplaced, or reused as building material. It stood there clean and serene, like it belonged. And maybe it did. Historians still debate whether this statue was a gift, a trade item, or something more. But its presence rewrites what we thought we knew about spiritual diffusion in the ancient world. Because for the Buddha, carved in Greco-Roman style, complete with halo and hand gestures to appear on the edge of Egypt's desert, means the world was connected in ways we never fully grasped. Let's back up. Baraniki was no backwater. Around the 2nd century CE, it was a thriving Roman port city on the Red Sea, used to ferry exotic goods from India, Arabia, and East Africa into Egypt and onward to the Mediterranean. Picture this: elephants, parrots, papyrus, lapis lazuli, frankincense, silk, black pepper. Everything passed through here. Camels groaned under the weight of cargo, while scribes stamped ledgers and guards sipped watered wine in the shade of crumbling watchtowers. Now imagine a traveler from the Indian subcontinent stepping off a ship. Maybe a monk. Maybe a merchant. Maybe both. Because in that time, the two weren't always separate. Spiritual ideas traveled as easily as spices tucked between scrolls and whispered over campfires. And the Greeks who ruled Egypt after Alexander the Great weren't shy about picking up new gods. They blended Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and even Indian deities, like it was some kind of theological smoothie. The statue itself is a work of cultural fusion. Made from Anatolian marble, carved with Hellenistic skill, but unmistakably Buddhist in content. The Buddha stands atop a lotus flower, serene, timeless, with 2 attendants or perhaps symbols of abundance on either side. A halo fans out behind his head. It's a style born not in Alexandria, but in Gandhara, a region straddling modern-day Pakistan and Afghanistan, where Greco-Buddhist art flourished for centuries. So, how did it get here? Historians still debate whether it was made locally by Alexandrian artisans copying Eastern designs, or whether it was carved near the source and ferried all the way from India. Either way, someone brought it here deliberately. It wasn't lost cargo. It wasn't a stowaway statue. It was placed with care. And this wasn't an isolated incident. Other finds at Berenike include Indian pottery, Sanskrit inscriptions, and Tamil text, proof that contact between Egypt and India was more than just commercial. It was personal, spiritual, human. Imagine the conversations that must have happened on these docks. A Roman sailor, sunburnt and exhausted, asking a Tamil trader why he shaves his head. A Greek merchant offering a bowl of dates to an Indian monk in saffron robes. A scribe trying to phonetically copy a prayer he can't pronounce but somehow understands. Historians still debate whether this statue was placed in a temple, a merchant's home, or a traveler's shrine. Its context isn't entirely clear, but what is clear is that it mattered to someone. Enough to be carried across oceans, enough to be preserved, and that maybe is what makes it so powerful, because it survived, not because it was famous, but because someone cared. Not a pharaoh, not a king. Just someone who thought this piece of art, this symbol of peace and introspection, was worth protecting. There's a kind of quiet defiance in that, isn't there? We talk so much about ancient war conquest walls and weapons, but in the middle of all that noise, there were moments of silence, of thought, of stillness. The Buddha statue is a whisper in a hurricane, a reminder that even in an age of empire, someone still paused to reflect. Someone still meditated, or tried to. You picture the moment it was uncovered. A flick of a brush, the top of the head, that unmistakable shape. Then the face with its half smile. Then the lotus. And the archaeologist freezing just for a second because she knows exactly what she's seeing and also can't believe she's seeing it here. And for a moment you're her. The wind in your hair. The sun on your back. A layer of salt crusted to your lips. And in front of you, 2,000 years of silence, broken by a smile that outlasted empires. Some scholars suggest that the statue may have served as a symbol of protection, a portable presence of the divine brought by sailors or monks to ensure safe travel. Others think it was a diplomatic gift exchanged between distant kingdoms with shared trade interests. And then there's the romantic theory that it was a token of love carried by someone who left India and never returned. The truth, we don't know. But the fact that it's here in Egypt, under desert sky and Roman ruins, means the ancient world was a lot more globalized, a lot more spiritually connected than we ever gave it credit for. This isn't just history. It's human behavior. We carry what matters to us, across oceans, across time, sometimes across entire civilizations. The Buddha still stands, now protected in a museum, studied and cataloged, but still serene, still watching, still reminding us that long before Wi-Fi and WhatsApp and global networks, people were already trading more than goods. They were trading ideas and belief and silence. And in a windswept Egyptian port, half lost to time, a statue carved with care still whispers that not all journeys are about conquest. Some are about connection. You're underwater now, not quite sinking, not quite floating. The world above is muffled distant like someone else's memory. The water around you is black, but it's not terrifying. It's calm, silent, eternal. You're 2,000 meters beneath the surface of the Black Sea, in a place where sunlight hasn't touched for thousands of years and oxygen barely dares to breathe. And yet, right in front of you, there's a ship. Perfect, complete, still. Discovered in 2018 by a team from the Black Sea Maritime Archaeology Project. This 75-foot Greek merchant vessel is the oldest known intact shipwreck ever found. Not splintered, not scattered. Intact. With its mast, still upright rudders in place, and rows of amphorae, those iconic clay jars still nestled in its hold like they're waiting for market day in Athens. You hover beside it, now, your eyes adjusting to the strange light cast by the remote submersible's lamps. The ship isn't just preserved. It looks like it was frozen in time. If you listen hard enough, you'd almost hear the creak of wood, the splash of oars, the groan of the rigging. But it's been over 400 years since this ship saw air. Historians believe it dates back to the 4th century BCE during the twilight of classical Greece, a time when city-states were still arguing about democracy and Macedonian shadows were beginning to stretch across the Aegean. So what was it doing here? Probably transporting wine olive oil grains, the lifeblood of ancient trade. Greek amphorae weren't just storage, they were economic signatures. One glance at their shape or stamp, and you could tell who made them, where they came from, and what they were worth. Like ancient barcodes baked into clay, and then for some reason, the ship sank. No wreckage, no signs of struggle, just vanished beneath the waves and into the mud. Some say it hit a storm. Others think it simply struck a submerged ridge and gave up the ghost. Whatever the cause, it sank gently enough that the entire vessel settled in one piece. But here's the odd part. The Black Sea has preserved it like a glass case. The secret: no oxygen. The deep waters of the Black Sea are anoxic, meaning they lack the oxygen needed to support the bacteria and organisms that normally chew up wood and fabric. So for over 2 millennia, this ship has lain undisturbed in cold, quiet darkness. No rot, no scavengers, no graffiti. Historians still debate whether this wreck was part of a regular trade route between Apollonia in modern-day Bulgaria and outposts along the Ukrainian coast, or whether it was a one-off voyage, perhaps a diplomatic mission, or even a refugee vessel fleeing some forgotten conflict. But here's what we do know: this ship wasn't built by amateurs. Its construction reflects a deep understanding of nautical engineering. The planks were sewn together using a technique known as mortise and tenon joints, an interlocking system that offered strength and flexibility. The ship wasn't just built to sail, it was built to survive, and ironically it did. You picture the crew now. Maybe 15 to 20 sailors. Young, sunburnt, talking too loudly, laughing, complaining, bracing themselves for bad weather and dreaming about arriving home with a hold full of profit. They had no idea their little wooden lifeline would end up as a ghost ship whispering from the bottom of the sea. You float silently through its remains, your mind painting images over the shadows. A captain at the helm, a boy swabbing the deck, the cook grumbling about spoiled olives. And then whatever it was, a jolt, a hole torn through the side. Or maybe just a slow lean the water, rising faster than they expected. No panic. No signs of fire or violence. Just a quiet slip beneath the waves. Odd fact. Despite its age, no human remains were found. Not a single bone. Not even a tooth. Some theorize the crew escaped. Others think they were swept away and dissolved long ago in the sea's acidic embrace. The silence is deafening. Still, the ship offers answers and questions. Through 3D photogrammetry, researchers created a full digital model of the wreck, allowing historians and shipwrights to study ancient design in ways they never could before. The curves, the materials, the way the cargo was packed, all of it reveals a civilization that took seafaring seriously. This wasn't guesswork. This was craftsmanship. Historians still debate whether this level of maritime engineering was common across the Aegean, or whether this ship belonged to a particularly wealthy city-state. It wasn't military. No bronze rams or arrowheads. Just jars. Jars filled with wine oil and maybe stories. Because the Black Sea wasn't just a trade route, it was a cultural superhighway. Greeks, Scythians, Thracians, Persians, and countless smaller tribes used these waters to connect, barter, and argue about the gods. And this ship, this humble little cargo hauler, was part of that web. A thread in a tapestry so vast, we're still trying to map it. And here's the kicker: the ship hasn't been raised. It's too fragile, too precious. If they tried to bring it to the surface, it might disintegrate. So instead, it sleeps on the seafloor, guarded by darkness, visited only by robots and dreams. Its secrets intact. Its silence unbroken. But you can almost hear it, can't you? The wood creaking, the waves slapping the sides, the distant clink of clay pots knocking together, a crew joking about the next port, about women and food and gods and taxes, about nothing at all, then stillness, and now you float above it, suspended in time, the echo of an entire world resting just below your feet. It's easy to forget that history isn't only told through monuments and kings. Sometimes it's told by the ordinary, things: a ship, a jar, a plank of wood. And sometimes those ordinary things survive against all odds, carrying their stories through the dark, waiting for someone to listen. You step softly now because you're no longer underwater. You're inside stone, deep under desert sand. The air is still stale, like it hasn't been disturbed in millennia. A single shaft of light spills into the chamber ahead of you, flickering across walls covered in color. Vivid reds, ochres, and blacks still dance like they were painted yesterday. But they weren't. They were painted over 4,400 years ago. This is the tomb of Watti, a man once known in life as the royal purifier, and in death as something far more mysterious: the leopard priest. In 2018, Egyptian archaeologists excavating the Saqqara necropolis stumbled on a limestone entrance sealed with mortar that hadn't cracked in millennia. That alone was a miracle. But when they opened it, they didn't just find another dusty corridor. They found a world sealed in pigment. You're standing in that world now. The chamber is long, about 10 meters, with 5 burial shafts branching off into darkness. Some are sealed, others broken, looted in another lifetime. But the real treasure isn't beneath your feet. It's around you. The walls are covered with scenes from daily life: fishermen hauling nets, cattle, grazing bakers, bacon butchers, slicing scribes, scribbling. It's a celebration of the ordinary, frozen in ritual. Then suddenly, the everyday gives way to the sacred. Watti appears larger than the others, robed in leopard skin, an unmistakable symbol of spiritual authority in ancient Egypt. Here's your historical fact in Old Kingdom funerary tradition. The leopard skin cloak wasn't decorative. It was the ritual garment of the Sem priest, a role tasked with conducting the opening of the mouth ceremony. This ritual meant to restore the senses of the dead, allowed the deceased to eat, breathe, and speak in the afterlife. Without it, you couldn't properly cross over. It wasn't just a costume, it was access to immortality. You lean closer. The details are astonishing. Unlike so many tombs that were ransacked, burned, or left to rot, this one remained untouched. Colors remain unflinchingly bold. Faces are distinct. Hieroglyphs crisp. Watti is shown again and again, officiating rites, receiving offerings, walking alongside his family. He isn't portrayed as a servant to the pharaoh, but as a man of immense personal power. Historians still debate whether Watti was part of the ruling elite or a priest granted unusual independence. His titles include Inspector of the Sacred Boat and Priest of King Nefertari, placing him close to the throne. But it's the imagery, how often he appears, how central he is, that suggests he was more than a mere administrator. He was a spiritual gatekeeper. Odd fact, in one of the wall scenes, his leopard skin robe is painted with unusual precision. You can make out individual rosettes, the curling tail. Most Sem priests are shown with symbolic patterns, but this looks real. Like whoever painted it had seen one, maybe worn one. Like it wasn't just symbolic, but personal. The robe wasn't just part of the ritual. It was part of him. And then there's the statue. Tucked into a niche, carved into the stone, sits a life-sized image of Watti, seated calmly, arms resting on his knees, gaze fixed ahead. There's no fear in his face, no sorrow, just the serene expression of someone who knew where he stood. In life, in death, in eternity. But here's where things take a darker turn. When the burial shafts were opened sealed, for thousands of years, archaeologists found something unexpected: dozens of human skulls. Some neatly arranged, others piled together almost as if dumped. Many showed signs of disease lesions in the bone consistent with tuberculosis or similar infections. These weren't elite burials, no amulets, no gold, just bone and silence. Historians still debate whether Watti's tomb was later repurposed, used during a time of crisis to bury the dead en masse. Maybe a plague swept through Saqqara. Maybe there weren't enough tombs, and his was the only sanctuary available. Or maybe it became a place of desperation, where the poor were laid to rest in the shadows of the rich, hoping proximity could buy them some form of peace. Whatever the reason, the tomb became more than a resting place. It became a refuge. But here's what haunts you even with that intrusion. Even with the disease and chaos and the passage of over 4 millennia, Watti remains undisturbed. His murals untouched. His statue unbroken. His story preserved. You walk along the wall, your fingertips brushing against images of bread being baked, beer being poured, a child chasing a dog. It's so alive, it hurts. You get the sense that Watti didn't fear death, not the way we do. He understood it, prepared for it, built for it. That's the strangest part of ancient Egyptian belief. The comfort with death. Not just acceptance, but intimacy. Death wasn't the end. It was a continuation, a rebirth, a crossing into another state of being. You prepared for death like we prepare for weddings, carefully, lovingly, with the best artists and the finest pigments. And if you were lucky, or powerful, or both, you had a leopard skin to wear. Because the leopard wasn't just a fashion statement, it was a symbol of power over the unknown. The animal was rare, fierce, untamable. To wear its skin was to say, I have made peace with the wild. I can lead you through it. Watti wasn't just a priest. He was a navigator. Odd detail. One of the burial shafts contains what appears to be a small wooden toy, something like a carved animal with wheels, possibly left behind by a child, possibly meant as a burial gift. It sits there now in the museum, quietly labeled and barely noticed, but maybe it belonged to one of Watti's children. Maybe it was never meant to be buried at all. So much of this tomb isn't about kings or gods. It's about life, love, ritual, family. It's about a man who believed that what he did mattered not because it made him rich, but because it guided others to something greater. You exhale. It's cold here, despite the desert above. The stone holds a chill, but you feel warm all the same. Not because of the torchlight, but because this place still speaks. Through color, through silence, through a robe that still seems to ripple even though it's made of pigment and limestone. Watti's name was nearly lost, but his story wasn't. And now it's in your hands too. The air is thick now, and it tastes like rain-soaked soil and smoke from a fire that's long since gone cold. You're standing at the edge of the Amazon rainforest, not the lush living jungle you've seen in documentaries, but a clearing carved deep into the heart of it. It's eerily symmetrical, almost perfect, almost unnatural. The trees around you are chaotic, wild, pulsing with life. But here in the clearing, the ground is flat. The grass is short, and underneath the dirt, something geometric waits. It started with deforestation, as so many things in the Amazon do. Trees were cleared for farming in the Brazilian state of Acre, and when the canopies fell, the scars beneath were finally revealed. Circular trenches, rectangular ditches, gigantic earthworks etched into the land, invisible from the ground, but unmistakable from above. Satellite images would later show them stretching 4 miles, hundreds of patterns, all too deliberate to be natural. Some call them Amazonian geoglyphs. But that's too small a name for something this massive. They're not just random shapes. Many are aligned with the solstices, the rising and setting of the sun on the longest and shortest days of the year. Others appear to match lunar cycles. Still others seem to be connected by raised roads and causeways that span miles across once flooded plains. The more archaeologists scanned, the more they found. Circles inside squares, squares inside circles. A massive prehistoric puzzle hidden in plain sight. You crouch down and touch the soil. It's darker here, almost black. Rich, fertile. It's not natural. This is terra preta, a man-made soil, engineered by people who understood how to enrich the land without destroying it. A soil so effective, it's still usable thousands of years later. That's the first clue that these weren't simple hunter-gatherers. Whoever built this network of earthworks understood agriculture, engineering, and astronomy, not just in passing, deeply, purposefully. Which of course shouldn't be possible, at least not according to how most people picture ancient Amazonian tribes. Historians still debate whether this was a single unified civilization or a series of smaller cultures sharing knowledge. But one thing is clear, this wasn't wilderness. It was a garden. And here's your odd fact. These structures weren't settlements. They weren't forts. They weren't even marketplaces. There were no defensive walls, no storage pits, no hearths. Instead, what archaeologists found were traces of ritual. Post holes for wooden buildings arranged in radial symmetry, charcoal from controlled fires, ceremonial pottery shards with deliberate breaks and burn patterns possibly used in feasts or offerings. Some of the enclosures resemble massive calendars with lines and gaps that track the sun's journey through the year. Sound familiar? Yeah. It's like Stonehenge but made of earth. No stone, no metal, just dirt and intention. Historians still debate what these spaces were for. Temples, meeting places, portals between the sacred and the everyday. Some think they were used to mark astronomical events, seasons, or even time itself. Others believe they were locations for communal rituals, where people gathered under the stars to celebrate, mourn, or pray. You walk along the edge of one now, a perfect circle, nearly 100 meters across, surrounded by a trench, carved into clay with unnatural precision. It's quiet here, too quiet. The kind of quiet that feels intentional, like the land is still holding its breath. One particularly enigmatic site, called Fazenda, Colorado, features a massive ring-shaped enclosure with evidence of layered use. Ground-penetrating radar shows newer structures built directly atop older ones, like generations returning to the same sacred space over and over again. What does that tell us? This wasn't temporary. These weren't people just passing through. This was their spiritual home. Oddly enough, as more geoglyphs are uncovered, researchers are finding that roads connect them miles-long paths that once linked distant enclosures, sometimes crossing rivers and floodplains. That means we're not looking at isolated pockets. We're looking at a network, a civilization, or maybe a constellation of them communicating, traveling, building, and rebuilding across centuries. But then they vanished, not in a puff of smoke, not all at once, just slowly, like someone turning down the volume. By the time the Spanish and Portuguese arrived, these places were gone. The forest had reclaimed them, the people who built them. Their names were never recorded, their stories never written. One theory blames disease. After European contact, even indirect contact, smallpox and measles could have swept through the Amazon, wiping out up to 90% of the population in just one generation. Villages emptied, roads overgrown, rituals forgotten. The jungle moved and indifferent as always. Another theory suggests climate change, a shift in rainfall patterns, drought, soil exhaustion, internal collapse. There's even the possibility that the civilization didn't vanish at all. It simply melted into the forest, abandoning the monumental in favor of survival. Historians still debate what ultimately ended these earthwork builders. But the fact that we only discovered them in the last 50 years, and largely by accident, should tell you just how fragile our grasp on history really is. And here's the most haunting part: these geometric sites. They're just the tip of the spear. Less than 5% of them have been excavated. Most are still buried beneath thick jungle or modern farmland. Every year, more are accidentally destroyed by bulldozers before anyone knows they were even there. You stand in the center of a perfect circle, and you wonder who stood here before you. What did they see when they looked up at the stars? What stories did they tell? What gods did they name? You get the feeling they weren't building for fame or legacy. They weren't leaving monuments to themselves. They were leaving messages, in shapes, in alignments, in silence. Maybe not for us. Maybe just for the earth, or for the stars, or for something that comes after. And now, here you are, in the stillness, listening, because sometimes history isn't carved in stone. Sometimes it's dug into the dirt, planted like a seed, and left to wait until someone looks down instead of up. And when you do, the ground begins to speak. You're holding it now, just a scrap, really. No bigger than a business card. The edges are frayed, The ink faded. But across this ancient piece of papyrus, in jagged, uneven lines, you can just barely make out the words. And there in the middle of the fourth line, written as plainly as a shopping list, Jesus said to them, "My wife, the year is 2012. You're not standing in a desert or kneeling in a tomb. You're in an academic office in Harvard Divinity School. And someone has just handed you a relic that might detonate 2,000 years of theological certainty." This tiny scrap of papyrus came to Dr. Karen L. King via an anonymous collector, wrapped in an old envelope with a story no one could fully verify. It was written in Sahidic Coptic, a dialect of early Egyptian Christianity, and it contained just a few broken phrases, fragmented sentences, names, words. But one phrase stood out like a thunderclap: "My wife." Historians still debate whether it's authentic, but if it is, it changes everything. You tilt the papyrus gently in your hand. It's delicate, brittle, like the bones of a thought someone wasn't supposed to have. Because if Jesus, the cornerstone of Christian celibacy and divine purity, had a wife, even just metaphorically, that ripples backward through centuries of doctrine like a stone dropped in a very still pond. But let's slow down. The fragment, now dubbed the Gospel of Jesus' Wife, doesn't tell a full story. There's no context, no narrative arc, just lines like, "Jesus said to them, 'My wife, she will be able to be my disciple. I am with her.' Mary." That last one caught a lot of attention. Some scholars jump to a conclusion: Mary Magdalene, the mysterious figure who in some Gospels appears more often than the apostles, witnesses the resurrection, and seems to share a deeper connection with Jesus than anyone else. Others argue that's pure speculation. After all, Mary was the Jennifer of ancient Judea. Still, this wasn't the first time someone whispered about a romantic relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Gnostic texts like the Gospel of Philip speak of Jesus kissing Mary often. The Gospel of Mary, another non-canonical work, portrays her as a spiritual equal, even a rival to Peter in matters of understanding Jesus' teachings. Historians still debate whether early Christian communities had radically different views of gender sexuality and authority before the orthodoxy was nailed down like furniture in a moving truck. But this scrap of papyrus added fresh oxygen to that fire. Odd fact, the papyrus itself tested as authentic, dated to between the 6th and 9th centuries CE. But the ink, that's murkier. Some claim the writing bore suspicious resemblance to a line-by-line copy job from an online Coptic grammar book, almost like a pastiche. Others insisted the differences in handwriting styles and language use suggested it couldn't be a modern forgery. And then there's the collector. His identity wasn't revealed at first, then it was. Then it wasn't again. It got weird. Emails vanished. Provenance disappeared. Scholars scratched their heads and stepped cautiously backward. Still, the fragment did something remarkable. It forced a question. Not about whether Jesus was married, but whether some early Christians believed he was. And if they did, what else did they believe that we've forgotten or buried? You picture a dusty room in 4th century Egypt. A monk hunches over a sheet of papyrus, copying a text that no longer fits the official doctrine. Maybe he believes it. Maybe he just doesn't want it to disappear. The empire has chosen its version of Christianity, and everything else, the mystical gospels, the female apostles, the parts that feel too strange or too beautiful, is being pushed into the fire. But maybe he saves this one line. My wife. Maybe he copies it because it matters, because it's human, because it tells a different kind of story, one where divinity doesn't require loneliness, where sacred love isn't an oxymoron. And then maybe he hides it. You stare at the fragment, now encased in glass, guarded by security and skepticism. Not because it's dangerous, but because it might be. Because even the possibility that Jesus had a wife causes tremors in foundations we thought were solid. Historians still debate what this fragment really means. Some call it a hoax. Others call it a footnote in a much larger, weirder conversation about early Christianity. Some just call it interesting and move on. But for a moment, let's imagine it's real. What would it mean? It might not change his teachings. It might not shake his message. But it would make him feel closer, wouldn't it? Not less holy, just more human. A man who loved, who shared, who walked not alone, but with someone. Someone who was trusted and seen and written about, even if only in the margins. And maybe that's what this fragment really is, a margin. A place where the voices that didn't make it into the final draft whispered anyway. A quiet rebellion scratched into the edge of history. You imagine the scribe again, finishing his line, folding the papyrus, hiding it between scrolls behind walls beneath floorboards. Maybe he knew someone would find it. Maybe he hoped no one would. But here you are, holding a mystery not of stone or bone, but of words. A sentence that shouldn't exist. A possibility that opens more doors than it closes. And that's the beauty of it, because sometimes the past isn't trying to tell you what happened. Sometimes it's just asking you to wonder. You're in a dim monastery now. Stone walls, cold floors, and a single arched window casting a long rectangle of morning light across a writing desk. There's a faint scent in the air. Wax parchment, maybe a trace of lavender. You hear the quiet scratch of quills on vellum, the soft rustle of robes, and the echo of footsteps in distant corridors. This is where monks wrote history. But in this room, a woman painted it silently, steadily, beautifully. She was buried in a small cemetery outside an abbey in western Germany near the village of Dalheim. No inscriptions, no grand monument, just bones in a simple grave like thousands of others from the Middle Ages. Until someone looked closer at her teeth, specifically at the hardened plaque that had built up between them. It wasn't glamorous, just typical medieval dental calculus. But trapped inside that ancient plaque was something dazzling, a single particle of ultramarine blue. And not just any blue, this was lapis lazuli, the rarest and most expensive pigment in the medieval world. A color so valuable, it was worth more than gold. A color reserved for the holiest of images, the Virgin Mary's robe, the halos of saints, the sky over heaven itself. So how did it get between this woman's teeth? Historians still debate whether she was licking her paintbrush, blowing dust off the page, or maybe even preparing the pigment herself. But one thing is clear. She wasn't just watching others illuminate manuscripts. She was an illuminator. That one fleck of blue told a story no one expected. Because for centuries, we imagined the scriptoria of Europe filled exclusively with monks, men bent over parchment by candlelight, copying sacred texts with endless patience. But this fragment of blue whispered something different. She had been there too. She had touched the sacred, and the color didn't lie. Lapis lazuli came from only one known source in the ancient world, the Sari Song mines of Afghanistan's Badakhshan region. To get from those mountains to a scriptorium in medieval Germany It would have passed through thousands of miles of treacherous trade routes, caravans through Persia, merchants across the Silk Road shipments, through the Byzantine Empire, and finally into the hands of European pigment traders. By the time it arrived in a tiny monastery, it was precious beyond measure. Only the most skilled artists were entrusted with it. Only the most sacred text could justify its use. It wasn't something you handed out like ink. So, what does it mean that it ended up in her mouth? Odd fact: traces of pigment in dental calculus are now helping researchers remap medieval literacy and authorship, especially among women. Because while the official record is thin written by men archived by men, plaque doesn't lie. This woman's teeth preserved what history tried to forget, that medieval women weren't just praying and spinning wool. Some were scholars, artists, theologians, creators of beauty so divine it had to be painted in the color of the heavens. You imagine her now hunched over a page. The parchment is stretched, the inks are ground, and the gold leaf sits ready on a slab of glass. Her brush is fine. One slip ruins days of work. She steadies her hand, breathes, dips the brush into blue. She's painting a wing, delicate divine, and impossible to ignore. And then instinctively, she brings the brush to her lips, wetting the bristles just so. That's how a secret survives 1,000 years. Historians still debate which text she may have worked on. Was it a book of hours, a psalter, a gospel? There's no way to know. But the quality of the pigment suggests it wasn't a children's primer. It was something for nobles or clergy, a commission of high spiritual and material value. And she wasn't just some assistant in the corner. She was skilled, trusted, professional. She didn't sign her work, of course. Illuminators rarely did, even the great ones. But the absence of a name doesn't mean the absence of legacy. That blue, impossibly rare, incredibly durable, carried her fingerprint through time in a way no ink ever could. In a strange way, the particle in her teeth is more intimate than any manuscript. It was part of her, inhaled, tasted, trapped in tartar, and buried with her body. A quiet defiance against a world that forgot what she created. Historians still debate how many women worked as illuminators or even full scribes. But the growing consensus far more than we ever acknowledged, especially in nunneries where women ran their own scriptoria. They weren't just coping texts. They were shaping ideas, illustrating doctrine, crafting beauty in silence. And silence is the key here. Because the Middle Ages weren't just dark because of plague and superstition. They were dark because so many stories were never written down. Or if they were overwritten later, corrected, edited, erased. But pigments can't be redacted. That ultramarine dust, that one atomic spark of blue stood up and said, "I was here." You close your eyes now and listen. Not for noise, but for absence. For all the names we'll never know. The artists whose brushes left no initials. The women who told stories in color when their voices weren't allowed in ink. That one woman, let's call her what she was, an artist, left behind no name, no portrait, no recorded masterpiece. But she gave us something more stubborn, a whisper caught between her teeth. Odd fact: that particle was only discovered because researchers were trying a new technique scraping dental plaque to analyze medieval diets. They weren't even looking for pigment. But when they put the sample under a microscope, the blue sparkled back. A mistake, a miracle, a message, and now her story lives on. Taught in classrooms, debated in journals, whispered across the internet in quiet awe. Not because she painted for glory, but because she painted at all. So the next time you see a medieval manuscript, those glowing pages where angels hover and saints kneel, pause for a second. Behind the gold and the Latin and the officialdom of it all, maybe there was someone like her, quiet, skilled, patient, invisible to history, but impossible to erase, because long after her voice went silent, long after her bones were buried, that tiny dot of blue endured. It waited, and then it told the truth. You're high up now, where the earth turns silver and the sky forgets which way is up. Welcome to Bolivia's Salar de Uyuni, the largest salt flat in the world. After a rain, the ground becomes a perfect mirror. You stand on the horizon and see no line between earth and sky, just endless reflection, as though you're walking in two worlds at once. But beneath this silent sheet of salt lies something else. Something warm. Something hollow. Something that shouldn't be there at all. Locals call it the belly of the world. Tourists come to photograph the surreal, to laugh at floating illusions and jump in front of mirrored clouds. But not everyone stays long. Not at night. Because there's a story passed among drivers and guides of a place off the common paths where GPS fails and the air grows still, where even birds don't fly, and where the stars above feel watched. That's where the chamber is. The story begins in 1932. A Bolivian salt miner named Luis Fernandez recorded a strange series of journal entries. His station was small, isolated, and nearly forgotten. In the back of an old filing cabinet decades later, someone found a rusted metal box. Inside, water-damaged pages nearly illegible. But enough remained to piece together a mystery. Fernandez wrote of a long crack in the crust after a minor earthquake, something he hadn't seen before. Following it, he discovered a shallow depression in the salt. It breathed, he wrote. Not literally, of course. But the way the ground pulsed under his boots felt alive. One entry read simply, "It opened." He was never seen again. Historians still debate whether this is legend or truth. The chamber he described, if it exists, has never been officially excavated, but whispers have persisted. In the late 1980s, a team studying geothermal activity noticed something odd, a heat signature beneath the salt. Not magma, not gas, just warmth, rhythmic, focused, like a pulse. Odd fact, the heat source moved slightly over the years, less than a meter, but enough to be noticed, like something shifting in its sleep. In 2012, a group of geophysicists from La Paz returned to the site unofficially. What they found wasn't published in any academic journal, but one of the researchers, Miguel Andrada, spoke about it once, in a single interview, which was later pulled offline. According to Andrada, their equipment drilled through 30 meters of solid salt. Then suddenly nothing. A hollow chamber, perfectly round, air-filled, and warm. The walls weren't stone. Not metal either. Something between, he said, like grown crystal. Soft, but not soft. Fleshy almost. Like petrified skin. Embedded into the wall were discs, large shell-like shapes that shimmered faintly. Not from light, from something else. Andrada called them the Sky Mirror Codex, because when you looked at them too long, they didn't show images, they made you feel things. Grief, longing, dread. wonder. He claimed the codex wasn't meant to be read. It was meant to be felt. Historians, scientists, journalists all dismissed the claims. Of course they did. The story was too perfect, too cinematic. But the interview and its removal only fanned the flames, because people had always suspected that Salar de Uyuni was more than a salt flat. Locals avoid certain areas during specific times of year, when the stars feel too low, when watches stop working, when shadows point the wrong way. You stand now at the edge of that place. The crust crackles under your boots. The sun is setting. The sky is gold, but the ground beneath you still reflects like a second sky. You kneel. Press your hand to the surface. It's cold. Then oddly, not. And here's where the mystery blooms into something stranger. Andrada described dreams after leaving the chamber. He said once you've been inside, you start dreaming about stars that don't exist, constellations that aren't in any sky chart, and a voice distant, always whispering the same phrase. You are late. Historians still debate whether the Salar chamber ever existed. No photos, no samples, no proof. Just one missing miner, one withdrawn interview, one too consistent legend. But anomalies persist. In the southern part of Uyuni, a thermal satellite scan recorded 3 separate heat spikes between 2017 and 2020. Same location, same shape, always faint, always rhythmic. Coincidence maybe, or maybe not. Some believe the salt flat itself isn't natural, that it's a cap, a lid placed over something deliberately sealed, that whatever lies beneath wasn't buried by time, but by intention. A vault, a prison, or a message. Others say the codex isn't even physical, that it's psychic reactive, that it doesn't show you images or symbols, but instead mirrors your emotional blueprint, that it's a form of nonverbal communication, like empathy crystallized. There are even reports, quiet, unverifiable, of people sleeping in the Salar and waking up feeling older, like something had been taken or added. You look down again. The stars are starting to appear, but the ones in the ground feel closer than the ones above, like they're remembering you. That's the thing about Salar de Uyuni. It's a mirror, but it doesn't just reflect what's above. It reflects you, and sometimes it reflects what you haven't become yet. So what was the Sky Mirror Codex? A machine? A memory? A warning? Or something else entirely? Maybe we'll never know. Or maybe we already do, just not with words. Maybe the Codex wasn't buried to hide it. Maybe it was waiting for the right eyes, the right heart, the right dreamer. Maybe that's why it whispers. And maybe it's whispering to you. You're not supposed to find anything in the ice. That's the rule. The deeper you go, the older it gets, but the more lifeless too. In Greenland, they say the ice never forgets, but it also rarely shares. And yet near the settlement of Ilulissat, buried in the creeping edge of a glacier, someone found something that doesn't belong to any known chapter of human history. Something smooth, something shaped, something that should have shattered but didn't. It's called the ice lens. The discovery happened in 2008, and like so many of these things, it started with a crevasse. A sled team had rerouted after a thaw and spotted something dark poking out from the snow just at the lip of a newly opened crack in the glacier. At first, they thought it was rock, or maybe something left behind from a past expedition, a cooking pot, a buried tool. But when they touched it, it didn't feel cold. That's your first odd fact. It felt room temperature. That's not normal. It was roughly palm-sized, perfectly circular on one side, slightly curved on the other, like a magnifying lens. But when they tried to shine a light through it, it didn't behave the way glass should. Instead of bending visible light, it refracted heat, specifically infrared radiation. When a thermal lamp passed through it, the focus point on the other side heated up rapidly, as if someone had taken a laser pointer to it. But there was no visible beam, just heat silently and sharply concentrated. It was sent to a lab in Copenhagen. And that's when things got weirder. The material, unknown. Not quite crystal, not quite synthetic. No inclusions, no imperfections. Electron microscopy revealed a lattice structure far more ordered than anything naturally occurring in ice or stone. A manufactured compound, but not manufactured by any known human process, not now, and certainly not in the time frame we're talking about. See the surrounding ice, carbon dated to around 12,000 years old. And this wasn't just snow that turned to ice recently. This was deep glacial compression, ancient layers. Meaning whatever this object was, it had been trapped there since before most civilizations had even begun lighting their first fires. Historians still debate whether the object somehow slid into the glacier in a more recent landslide or whether it was buried that long ago. But geologists who examined the ice core say the data doesn't lie. The lens had been sealed in that ice for thousands of years. You hold it in your hand. Now imagine it. Cool, but not cold. Heavy, but not dense. Perfectly smooth. One side gently convex, the other flat. Around the rim, under a microscope, there's a spiral groove invisible to the naked eye, etched with a precision that even modern laser cutters would have trouble replicating. A spiral that wraps inward tighter and tighter toward a center that isn't quite centered. A spiral that seems to shift depending on how you turn it. Then came the dreams. Researchers at the lab began to report lucid dreams, shared symbols, oddly consistent, tunnels of ice, floating geometries, a rhythmic humming like a heartbeat buried in snow. One lab technician described a dream of standing under the aurora borealis, holding the lens up to the sky, and suddenly seeing stars that didn't exist. Patterns that aren't in any catalog. Like someone had redrawn the heavens, and only the lens could reveal the edits. Historians still debate whether this was the result of suggestion, sleep deprivation, or the mind trying to assign meaning to a strange artifact. But the lab notes and private testimonies are hard to ignore. These weren't just scattered coincidences. There was consistency. And then came the resonance tests. When exposed to sound, specifically a frequency of 13.2 hertz, the lens began to vibrate. Just slightly, barely measurable, but consistently. Instruments nearby flickered. A tuning fork placed adjacent started to hum faintly without being struck. No one could explain it. There are no electronics in the object, no circuits, no wiring. No seams. It's not hollow. It doesn't open, but it responds. Like a key, maybe. Or a sensor. Or something we haven't even invented words for. Odd detail. Local Inuit folklore includes stories of a sightstone, an object given by the sky to a hunter who could understand the ice. It's said the stone would warm in your hand and allow you to see with the wind. The hunter was warned never to look through it during the aurora. He did, of course, and was never seen again. You stand now at the edge of that same glacier. The air stings. The snow glows pale blue under a sliver of sun. And you feel it, that hum, that low pressure in your ears that doesn't come from altitude but from presence. The ice lens, wherever it is now, has gone silent. The official story, it's been lost. The university filed it as a misplacement. The lab was restructured, staff reassigned. The object never made it to any public archive. But the people who touched it, they remember. They still dream. Some whisper that it was taken by a collector, a defense contractor, a private vault somewhere no one is allowed to visit. Others say it was buried again back into the glacier it came from, hidden not to be studied, but kept cold, sealed, sleeping. You look up now. The aurora is beginning to ripple above you. Greens and purples like brushstrokes across the sky. You want to reach for something that isn't there anymore. You want to look through the lens. You want to see what he saw. But you remember the story, the hunter, the warning, and the spiral always turning inward, always tighter, like the curve of a question that's never meant to be answered. So you wait and you listen, because sometimes history doesn't come in scrolls or ruins or statues. Sometimes it comes in the shape of a whisper, wrapped in a spiral, buried in the ice, and sometimes it's still listening. You're in the desert now. Not the kind with dunes that roll like ocean waves, but one that feels older, flatter, heavier. The Libyan sands stretch endlessly, in all directions, like the whole world has been smoothed out by time itself. And right at the center of this stillness, you find it a stone disk, circular, massive, half buried in the sand, and nearly invisible unless you know exactly where to look. They call it the sundial of the endless sands. It was first uncovered in 2015 by an archaeologist named Amamira El-Sharif, a Libyan scholar who was following a series of ancient rock art sites mapped decades earlier. The carvings hinted at something more, something buried, something that marked time not with stars or shadow alone, but with something deeper. She and her team dug for weeks. First, they found the grooves, concentric circles, carved into a stone slab nearly 4 meters across. Then at the center, a metallic cylinder fused perfectly into the rock. Not attached. Fused, like it had grown there. And that was just the beginning. You step closer now, brushing sand off the slab's surface. It's smooth, not worn, not eroded like the surrounding rocks. The grooves are deep but exact, spiraling outward like ripples frozen mid-motion. No chisel marks, no tool scoring, just impossible symmetry. At high noon, something happens. The sunlight strikes the cylinder, and the entire disk glows, not bright, not hot, just visible. Like a heat mirage, but cooler, more deliberate. Instruments placed nearby recorded no temperature rise. But standing there, you feel it. A low hum in your chest. Like the stone is breathing. El-Sharif's team ran every test they could. Ground-penetrating radar, spectrography, pressure mapping. What they found defied everything. First, the cylinder wasn't made of anything local. It was an unknown alloy composed partly of silicon tungsten and trace elements used in modern semiconductors. But no circuitry, no signs of manufacture. Just an object placed, no embedded, in a prehistoric stone slab in the middle of the desert. Second, the grooves weren't random. They resonated at a very specific frequency, 4.32 hertz. That number might not mean much, but in ancient acoustic systems, it's been tied to the precession of the equinoxes, a slow cosmic cycle that ancient astrologers believed marked the rise and fall of ages. A complete procession takes nearly 26,000 years. And yet here, in a desert, with no water, no temples, no villages nearby, is a stone tuned to that rhythm. Historians still debate what this disc is. A calendar, a navigational tool, a symbolic monument to celestial motion, or something else entirely, something we don't have the words for anymore. The locals who guided El Sharif had their own name for it. Madar al-Zaman, the vault of time. You kneel at its edge, run your fingers over the grooves. They hum just slightly at dawn and dusk. And during certain sandstorms, sensors buried around the site have recorded faint pulses of electromagnetic energy, too weak to be natural, but too rhythmic to be noise. One night the team placed sensors beneath the slab. At exactly 2:03 a.m., during a period of peak atmospheric pressure, a beat began. Low-frequency pulses, every 27.3 hours. Odd fact, 27.3 hours is the synodic rotation of the moon. Historians still debate whether that's coincidence or something far more intentional. But either way, no one can explain how a 4,000-year-old stone disk in the Libyan desert is synced with lunar motion and possibly even atmospheric behavior. Some say it's a kind of biological timekeeper, not for people, but for the Earth itself. A device that marks shifts not in hours, but in epochs. Others think it's something simpler, yet more profound, a tuning fork for the planet. What if the stone wasn't designed to measure time, but to harmonize it, to sync human rhythms with celestial ones? That might sound poetic, but then you remember the frequency 4.32 hertz, a vibration that has been called the heartbeat of the Earth, a tone that recurs in everything from brainwave states to ancient musical scales. It's the resonance of silence before a storm, the note just beneath our awareness. You close your eyes and listen, and you realize the stone doesn't just sit there. It's doing something, even if no one knows what, even if it's just waiting. El Sharif's team published a paper, then vanished from the headlines. The site was closed off. The government cited preservation concerns. A sandstorm conveniently wiped away the latest GPS coordinates. No follow-ups, no conferences, just quiet. Some believe the disk is being studied in secret. Others think it was covered back up, buried again to protect it, or maybe to protect us. And here's the haunting part. Something visitors often report when you stand in the center of the stone during solar noon and the slab begins to hum. It doesn't feel like the desert anymore. It feels like you're somewhere else. Like the world around you has paused, not slowed, stopped. For just a second, one man described it as being outside of time. Another said, I felt like the desert was listening to me. And maybe it is, because sometimes places don't echo us. They record us, store us like seeds. Memories pressed into stone grooves, waiting for the same angle of sunlight, the same barometric whisper to be heard again. You step back now. The sky burns gold, the sand dances, and beneath it all, a stone disk vibrates with a pulse not quite mechanical, not quite natural. You don't know who carved it, or why, or how, but you know it's still working, still ticking, still tuned, and maybe it's waiting for something to arrive, or for someone to return. You descend now, deeper than before, into a desert beyond maps, into ruins that even ruins have forgotten. Out here along the ancient trade routes that once fed the Silk Road, there's a sight few dare to speak of out loud. It's buried beneath windswept courtyards and shattered towers in the westernmost reaches of China. Locals call it the Wind Fortress, but beneath its eroded stone bones lies something older, much older. They didn't find it on purpose. In 1997, a team of irrigation workers was digging a trench near what looked like an abandoned caravan post. A slab of stone, too flat and too perfectly aligned, stopped their tools. Beneath it, a shaft. Not a well, not a tomb. A sealed entrance hidden for millennia beneath layers of compacted desert silt. And once they broke through, the silence shifted. No one knows who built it. There are no inscriptions, no markers, no scrolls or legends. Just a network of chambers deep beneath the surface laid out with such precision that it didn't feel architectural, it felt mechanical. You're standing in one now. It doesn't smell like sand or time. It smells clean, cold, like a place that doesn't know what century it is. The passages are narrow, but the stone is perfectly smooth, polished like glass. It absorbs light rather than reflects it. Every sound feels swallowed, every footstep muffled. It's like walking through someone else's dream. Odd fact, the walls weren't carved from local rock. Tests showed the material was quarried from hundreds of miles away, yet no tool marks exist. The stone is seamless, fused, as if poured and then solidified, not shaped by chisel or hammer. At the heart of the complex are rectangular chambers, each containing identical stone tables, precisely spaced, all facing the same direction, as if waiting for something to be placed on them, or returned. Historians still debate what the site was: a ritual center, a data vault, a prison. No one agrees, because what they found on those tables didn't help it, only deepened the mystery. The artifacts weren't ornamental or religious. They weren't even recognizably ancient. They were abstract, large, polished discs with no symbols or markings, yet etched with a micro-groove pattern invisible to the naked eye. Slender rods embedded into the walls made of a copper-silver alloy not used in any known Chinese metallurgical period, and one massive circular slab mounted vertically in the deepest room that gave off a low-frequency hum whenever metal approached it. One researcher recorded audio near that slab. The playback revealed something no one heard at the time: a second voice. Slow, rhythmic, speaking in a language that doesn't match any human tongue. Then came the dreams. Sleep became difficult for the team. Some reported vivid dreams involving inverted cities, spiraling lights, and voices that spoke names they couldn't remember after waking. Others felt a magnetic pull to return to certain rooms, compelled, as if something was trying to complete a conversation that had never properly started. Historians still debate whether this was mass suggestion, environmental contamination, or some form of psychological imprint. But a pattern emerged. The dreams weren't random. They followed shared symbols, rotating geometric shapes, mirrored architecture, and doorways that never opened, no matter how many times you dreamt of them. One researcher, a structural engineer, vanished after requesting to be alone in the vault for several hours. His gear was later found neatly packed near the entrance. His radio still hummed with static. His boots were positioned at the edge of the final chamber. He was never seen again. After that, the site was sealed, quietly, officially, due to structural instability and seismic vulnerability. But the locals know better. They avoid the area. The name Wind Fortress became Whispering Fortress. Because even now, if you camp nearby, they say you can hear it at night. A low hum that comes not from the sky, but from below. and sometimes it hums in your bones. Odd detail. Birds avoid flying over the site, always have. Animals give it a wide berth, and magnetic readings around the perimeter show an anomaly, a kind of suppression field. Instruments work fine outside the site, but within it, compasses spin. Metal seems to twitch. Batteries drain. One physicist called the site a mute transmitter. Not because it's broken, but because it's waiting. Waiting for what? Historians still debate whether it's a lost technological relic, a sacred site, or a leftover from something that predated organized civilization. No one wants to call it what they're all thinking a machine. Not a figurative one, a literal one. Buried, deactivated, but intact. The last team that entered never published their findings. Photos exist only in fragments, smuggled scans, distorted film. Some show a grid pattern etched into the floor, visible only in infrared. Others hint at movable panels that were never opened. You stand now at the sealed entrance. The wind howls across the flat stones, but you swear it changes pitch when it passes over the shaft, like air trying to remember a song or finish a sentence. There's no sign, no fence, just sand creeping over silence. Because the truth is, we don't know what sleeps beneath the wind fortress. We don't know who built it or why, but we know it wasn't random. And we know it's not done. Maybe it's a message, maybe it's a warning, or maybe it's not a place we're supposed to enter. Not yet. You're standing in the middle of nowhere. Not poetic nowhere, the real kind. A dry plateau in eastern Anatolia, Turkey. No roads, no ruins, just rolling hills that stretch out like waves made of dust. The wind is sharp and full of silence, but something here feels wrong. Not dangerous, just off. You see them first as lumps in the earth, barely noticeable. Just stones at odd angles rising up from the ground like knees under a blanket. But as you walk closer, you realize they aren't rocks, they're statues, and every single one is buried face down. They're human figures carved from volcanic tuff about the size of a crouched adult. Most are half-submerged shoulders and backs protruding from the soil. A few have eroded to smooth blobs. Others are chillingly intact, bent backs, flat arms, blank faces pressed into the dirt. It doesn't look like a graveyard. It looks like a warning. When archaeologists first surveyed the site in the 1990s, they assumed the figures were boundary markers, maybe crude idols from a forgotten village. But ground-penetrating radar revealed a different picture. These statues weren't placed at random. They were arranged in precise rows, all at the same depth, aligned like soldiers or prisoners. Odd fact, none of the statues have feet. Not broken off, just never carved in the first place. Their bases are flat, smooth, intentionally designed so that they could never stand upright. They were made to fall, made to lie still. That's when things got strange. Excavation was slow. The soil was stubborn and the stone was brittle. But as researchers began unearthing the figures one by one, they found something chilling beneath one of them, a human jawbone, fossilized. And deeper still, a small skeleton curled tightly like it had been sleeping or trapped. And it wasn't alone. Beneath 3 more statues, archaeologists found the remains of children. No tools, no jewelry, no formal burials, just bones beneath stone. No trauma visible, no sign of injury, but also no sign of reverence. These weren't traditional graves. These weren't ceremonial. They were containments, Historians still debate what this means. Were the statues meant to guard something, or were they punishing it? Was this site a cemetery for the cursed, the diseased, or the exiled? Or was it something else entirely? You crouch beside one of the unearthed figures. The face is serene, eyes closed, lips pressed into a faint, almost forgiving smile. Not terrifying, just resigned, like it knew. Some scholars have proposed that these figures were a form of symbolic execution, representations of individuals cast down, denied the dignity of upright burial. A society's way of saying, "You are not one of us." But if that's true, why bury them in perfect rows? Why maintain such deliberate spacing, such symmetrical planning for those you want to forget? Other theories go further. Some believe the statues were ritual seals designed not to honor the dead, but to hold something beneath them, to act as weights, to suppress whatever lay below. And that brings us to the central mound. It looks like just another hill, grass-covered irregular, but LiDAR scans suggest otherwise. Beneath it lies a hollow chamber, roughly 50 feet wide, lined with stone walls. No tunnels lead to it, no stairs, just a sealed cavity. Permits to excavate have been denied. Official reasons cite geological instability, but insiders whisper something else: fear. Not fear of collapse, fear of opening something. You walk the perimeter of the mound now. Around you, more statues lie half-buried, arms stretched forward as if reaching, or holding something down. Odd detail. Local legends describe a time when the earth opened a deep wound from which dark wind emerged. Elders still tell children not to dig on this hill, not to place stones face down. They say it binds, it silences, it contains. Historians still debate whether this is just folklore, a remnant of a myth that no longer has a name. But the alignment of the statues, the sealed chamber, the repeated discoveries of child remains, it all points to something deliberate, not just a burial, not just a monument, a message. One archaeologist noted that the site resembles a radial pattern, like a ripple frozen mid-motion. The statues curve outward from the mound's center. If viewed from above, the arrangement resembles a spiral sunburst or a lock. So what was this place? A prison, a gateway, or perhaps a ritual architecture designed not to please the gods, but to warn them? Some even suggest the site represents a forgotten cosmology, an understanding of life, death, and containment that we no longer share. That the upside-down burial wasn't punishment, but balance. That these figures held the memory of what not to let rise. You sit in the dust, now, eyes on the horizon. The wind is steady, the statues are still, but you feel something in the silence. Not dread, not menace, just pressure, as if the ground itself is holding its breath. And maybe that's the lesson, that some places weren't built to be remembered. Some places were built to be left alone. Because history doesn't just rise. Sometimes it's held down, not by time, but by choice. The desert heat is sharper here, southern Jordan, where the wind scrapes the land like it's trying to erase it. You're in the highlands now, surrounded by pale limestone and jagged cliffs, miles from anything resembling a city. There's no oasis, no ancient city waiting to be rediscovered. Just a tomb, sealed tight beneath centuries of silence. But when archaeologists opened it in 2017, they found something that left them speechless. Nothing, no bones, no ashes, no body. just a perfectly sealed sarcophagus in the middle of a teardrop-shaped chamber beneath the rock. The tomb was undisturbed, not looted, not collapsed, pristine. Everything was there, except the person it was meant to hold. You step into the chamber now. It's small, intimate. The walls are carved with smooth precision, finished in pale limestone. The floor is black basalt, polished to a glass-like sheen. The sarcophagus lies at the center rectangular, carved from a single block of stone, with a fitted lid that had to be lifted with machines. Inside, a cavity shaped like a human form, arms folded, legs straight. But there's no trace of a skeleton, no dust, no hair, not even teeth. Just emptiness, and yet the tomb is full. Around the edges, you see funerary objects arranged with delicate care. An ivory comb, a ceremonial bronze knife, obsidian beads, a circlet of metal so finely crafted it seems to shimmer even in the half-light. These weren't the offerings for a commoner. Whoever was meant to lie here was someone of status, someone revered. So where did they go? Historians still debate whether the tomb was ever used. Maybe the person died elsewhere. Maybe their remains were removed in antiquity, for reasons we'll never know. But here's the problem with that theory. The seal on the tomb had never been broken. The interior was untouched, its air still ancient and stale. There was no sign of disturbance, no tampering, no intrusion. It was built to hold someone, and yet it doesn't. Odd fact: above the sarcophagus, carved directly into the wall, is a triangle enclosing a spiral. The stone around the symbol is slightly scorched, blackened as if heat or fire had licked at it during some long-lost ritual. No other markings exist in the chamber. No writing, no names. The triangle and spiral motif isn't known from regional burial customs. Some believe it may be symbolic of a gateway, an intersection between realms. Others have suggested it's a kind of seal, not to honor the dead, but to protect the living. A few weeks after the initial excavation, researchers conducted a thermal scan of the chamber. Nothing out of the ordinary until just before dawn, when the sensors recorded a sudden temperature spike inside the sarcophagus. The stone didn't warm. The air did. Then it dropped again. Just like that. No heat source, no equipment failure, just something. And it happened twice more over the next 6 weeks, always in the final hour before sunrise. Historians still debate what the chamber was meant for. Could it have been a symbolic tomb, a vessel for a soul rather than a body? Certain ancient cultures, including the Nabateans who lived in this region, believed in spiritual containers, hollow spaces that could house energy, memory, or essence. If that sounds abstract, consider this. In nearby regions, archaeologists have found empty burials accompanied by full sets of grave goods and inscriptions that describe the individual in present tense as if they still existed, but simply weren't visible. One theory suggests this tomb was a kind of containment chamber, a vault not for death, but for interruption. A place to hold someone or something between worlds. You move slowly around the edges of the room. The basalt beneath your feet absorbs sound. Even your breath feels quieter here. Then you notice something else. The tomb isn't alone. Using ground-penetrating radar, the team discovered 2 more chambers directly beneath this one stacked sealed, and even smaller, tighter, like nesting dolls carved into the earth. They were never opened. Excavation was paused after the discovery. Funding disappeared. The area was quietly marked as protected. No further digs have occurred. and the official record minimal. A few published notes, one press release, then silence. The locals call the site Qabr al-Sifr, the Zero Tomb. They say it's a place where something went missing. Not just a body, but a name, a weight, a presence. People who visit sometimes report strange dreams afterward of spiral symbols of stone doors that open into nothing, of standing in front of a gate that isn't there until you blink. Odd detail. One geologist who studied the rock around the chamber described the acoustic properties as internally reflective. In other words, sound doesn't exit the room. It bounces circles, folds inward, just like the spiral above the sarcophagus. So what does that mean? Some believe the tomb was a ritual interface, a place designed not to house a person, but to connect with something non-physical. A conduit, a speaker, a silence that speaks back. You touch the edge of the empty coffin now. It's colder than the room, colder than it should be, like it's been drained. Or maybe it's waiting to be filled. Historians still debate whether this tomb represents a lost funerary tradition or something altogether different. A belief system where physical death was irrelevant, where bodies didn't matter, where only consciousness or intention moved between realms. And maybe that's why the triangle burns, because whatever this chamber was meant for, it's still active, still holding, still listening. You step back. The air shifts. You're not sure if something left this tomb or never quite arrived. And that's the kind of mystery that doesn't end with an artifact. It ends with a feeling that someone or something is still missing. Deep in the forests of eastern Romania, just where the Carpathian Mountains begin to sigh into flatlands, there's a tree. Or at least, that's what it wants you to think. The villagers call it the still one. It doesn't move in the wind. It doesn't grow. It doesn't drop leaves. It has no birds nesting in its branches. No insects crawl across its bark. And if you ask anyone over the age of 60, they'll all tell you the same thing. Don't sleep near it. Don't sit beneath it. And whatever you do, don't stare at it too long. At first glance, it looks like any old tree. Maybe a bit darker, a bit too tall. Its bark is unnaturally smooth without grooves or knots. The branches twist slightly, not upward, but outward, like frozen limbs mid-reach. Even in spring, it stays bare. No buds, no blooms. In a forest where everything else is exploding with life, this thing remains perfectly still. That's your first odd fact. And here's your second. It has no roots. In 2023, a group of ecologists from a university in Bucharest began mapping fungal networks in old-growth forests across the region. Using ground-penetrating radar, they scanned dozens of tree systems to analyze soil health. When they passed over the still one, their equipment glitched. The tree didn't have a root system, not in the traditional sense. Instead, its base extended straight down into the earth like a column. No branching fibers, no feeder roots. Just a drilled line burrowing more than 30 meters deep, narrowing as it went. When they sampled the bark, it got stranger. It wasn't made of lignin or cellulose, the standard components of plant life. Instead, it contained an unknown compound with traces of carbon, but no biological structure. It didn't rot. It didn't decay. And when they applied heat, it didn't burn. Historians and botanists still debate whether it's organic at all. That's when they started recording the audio. One of the ecologists had left a microphone at the base of the tree, hoping to pick up fungal signals, those subtle pops and pulses scientists call the wood wide web. But what they captured wasn't fungal. It wasn't even alive by conventional standards. It was a pulse. Once every 47 seconds, the microphone recorded a faint sound, a low, organic thud, like a heartbeat. It wasn't mechanical, not seismic, but it was rhythmic, and it didn't stop. When the team returned weeks later to repeat the experiment, the pulse was gone until nightfall. It came back just after dusk, softer now, but undeniably present. And more than that, the ground moved, just a little. Like something very large, very deep had shifted. And then there were the dreams. 3 of the scientists, without sharing notes, reported similar dreams, endless dark forests. A canopy of black branches stretching over a sky with no stars. In the dreams, they always walked alone, always toward something. But they never arrived. The trees leaned in around them, whispering without words. And at the center of everything stood a taller tree, no leaves, no sound watching them. When one of the researchers, Dr. Amelia Sarin, wrote in her field notes, "It's not a tree. It's not even pretending to be. We just don't know how to look at it," she quit the project and disappeared from academia shortly after. Her final journal entry was redacted. Odd detail. Time-lapse drone footage taken over several weeks revealed that the trees around the still one began to lean away from it. Not by much. Just a few centimeters. But slowly, unmistakably, the entire forest bent back as if trying to give it space. No birds landed in its branches. No moss grew on its trunk. Even lichens avoided it. And when a drone flew directly above it, the signal cut out. Villagers have always had stories, of course. There's one old tale about a rootless god buried beneath the earth for trying to seed the sky with silence. According to the myth, it was sealed beneath a petrified finger that pointed nowhere left here as a marker, or maybe a lock. They believe this tree is that finger. But science doesn't love myths. So the team drilled a shaft beside the tree. Not into it, no one dared, but just near enough to see what lay beneath. At about 12 meters down, they hit ash. Not charcoal, not dirt. Ash. At about 12 meters down, they hit ash. Not charcoal, not dirt. Ash compressed and tightly packed as if something massive had burned there a very long time ago. But strangely, the ash didn't seem like the product of any forest fire. It was localized, confined only to the shaft they had bored. A few feet to the left or right, and the ash vanished. It was as though a column of fire had been drawn downward into the earth rather than rising up from it. Beneath the ash, the drill hit something else. Hard. The bit stopped. Not on stone. Not metal. Something different. Smooth, dense, and unyielding. It didn't fracture. It didn't flake. When samples were collected from the tip of the bit and analyzed, the material came back as a non-crystalline composite that didn't match anything in their geological records. Some scientists called it a synthetic mineral. Others said it resembled the enamel of a tooth or the keratin of a nail, but hyper-condensed and biologically inert. And it was cold, not just cooler than the surrounding material, actively cold. It absorbed heat, like it wanted to stay asleep. When they tried to cut through it, their diamond-tipped tools dulled almost instantly. That's when the hallucinations started, not dramatic ones. No full-blown visions, just impressions. A twitch at the edge of vision, a shifting shadow. One researcher said she felt like something was standing behind her the whole time they were drilling. Another reported seeing the trees around the site ripple just once like water. But the footage showed nothing. Historians, folklorists, and theoretical physicists all started whispering different things. Some thought the tree, if it even was a tree, was a biological interface for something buried beneath. A sensor, a lock, a warning. Others claimed it was the remnant of an ancient structure grown over time to look natural. Not camouflaged in the traditional sense, more like consensual invisibility. A trick played on the human mind, but what really unsettled the research team was what they found a few hundred meters away. Another object. During a storm that brought down a portion of the nearby hillside, erosion revealed a stone tablet buried just beneath the surface. It was smooth, dark, and slightly curved, like it had been poured, not carved. On its face, a spiral of roots etched in shallow relief. At the center of the spiral, an eye. Beneath that 5 words, written in a script older than any Indo-European language. Roughly translated, it read, "Do not wake what sleeps here." And just like that, the project was shut down. No official explanation. Just an immediate halt. Permits revoked. Site closed. Access restricted under the guise of environmental protection. But the tree, the still one, it remains. And it still doesn't move. Not in wind, not in rain, not in snow. Its bark never splits. Its color never fades. And when the aurora lights up the sky in the far north, the villagers say the air around it grows warm, just slightly, like a breath. Odd fact, magnetometers in the region show a strange grid pattern extending outward from the tree in every direction, dozens of lines spaced precisely as though someone laid a circuit board beneath the forest. The lines extend for hundreds of meters, but all converge at the tree's base, at its anchor point. That's what some researchers call it now. Not a trunk, an anchor. So what is the still one? A sentinel, a plug, a relic from a civilization too ancient or too alien for us to understand? Or is it something alive, but in a way that has nothing to do with nerves or blood or breath? You crouch at its base. The forest around you pulses with insect noise and birdsong. But right here, it's silent. Dead silent. No birds, no wind. The sound cuts off like someone hit mute. Your chest feels tight. The air is heavy. You place your hand against the bark. It's not cold, not warm. It feels like waiting. And suddenly you understand the warning. Do not wake what sleeps here. Not because it's evil, not because it's angry, but because it remembers. And when it wakes, it might remember everything. You back away. The air returns to normal. A breeze brushes the trees, and the sound of birds fills the clearing again, though none land on the still one. They never do. You turn around, walk away. Don't look back, because some trees don't grow. Some trees don't fall. Some trees watch. Now we move from the forest to the desert, specifically the Dashti Kavir Iran's Great Salt Desert. Blistering heat by day, bone-deep cold by night. The kind of place that doesn't hide its hostility. But even here, amid cracked earth and silence that hums like static, something turned up that made seasoned archaeologists stop and stare. It wasn't gold. It wasn't a body. It was a gear. That's right, a machine part or something that looked uncannily like one found in a layer of compacted clay more than 5,000 years old. It shouldn't be there. According to every textbook, nothing mechanical should exist in this region or time period. And yet, someone found a device that would feel more at home in a clockmaker's toolbox than in the middle of a Neolithic dig. They call it the Whispering Gear. It was unearthed in 2023 by a team surveying the site of a collapsed mud brick structure believed to be part of a long-lost settlement. Most of the site was typical pottery shards, bone tools, crude kilns. But one trench revealed a small disc-shaped object, roughly the size of a human fist, buried about a meter beneath the surface. At first, they thought it was a fossil or a strangely shaped stone. But once they cleaned it, it became clear, interlocking teeth, partial axles, and a structure that seemed far too deliberate. Two rings of segmented plates fused together by heat at some point, or perhaps pressure. Not symbolic, functional. But functional for what? Historians still debate whether it was part of a loom, a ritual object, or a pure anomaly, an out-of-place artifact. But material analysis only made things stranger. The object wasn't made of stone or bronze. It was composed of ceramic composite fired at temperatures higher than any known furnace in that region during that era. The composition was remarkably uniform smooth to the touch, durable under pressure, with micro abrasions that suggested it had once rotated. Odd fact, it bore no decoration, no symbols, no hint of the kind of cultural embellishment you'd expect from an item of religious or artistic importance. It was precise but plain, like it was built to do something, to be a part of something larger. When they scanned it with 3D imaging software, the results left engineers blinking. The gear's teeth weren't evenly spaced in the way modern cogs are, but instead followed an unusual, non-linear pitch, almost like it was designed to move irregularly or to convert one kind of force into another over time. Sound, motion, pressure, or vibration. That's when things got really weird. One of the interns assisting with the project claimed that while brushing the gear clean, he heard a faint noise, a sigh, a whisper, he said. No words, just a feeling, like a breath had escaped the desert and passed directly through him. Of course, everyone laughed, until it happened again, this time with the gear completely isolated in a clean room. The lead researcher, skeptical of any supernatural explanations, decided to run a test. They placed the gear on a sound-isolated platform and exposed it to various frequencies of vibration. At 97 Hz, nothing. At 150 Hz, nothing. At 179.3 Hz, something. The gear resonated. Not loudly, but audibly. It made a soft hum. A vibration you could feel in your fingertips, like standing next to a distant engine. More astonishing, the hum wasn't consistent. It wavered, modulated like something struggling to replay a memory that had long gone silent. The team dubbed it the whispering gear. And suddenly, their desert dig had the attention of physicists, engineers, and inevitably, conspiracy theorists. Everyone wanted to know, what was it made for, who made it, and how did it survive more than 5,000 years, buried in salt and sand? Historians still debate whether it's a hoax, an anomaly, or proof that ancient peoples understood mechanical engineering in ways we've long underestimated. Some say it's part of a lost mechanism, something akin to the Antikythera device, which was discovered off the coast of Greece and has been called the world's first analog computer. But that machine was Greek, 2nd century BCE. The whispering gear dated to around 5300 BCE, and that doesn't make sense. Because if it's real, if someone created this gear that long ago, then it means the entire timeline of technological development we rely on is off by thousands of years. Some propose that it wasn't made by humans at all, or not the kind of humans we recognize. Maybe a predecessor culture. Maybe a brief flowering of advanced knowledge lost in some climate catastrophe or war. A glitch in the system of history that somehow survived in clay and heat. And then there's another theory, the one no one wants to talk about, that it's not ancient at all, that it's not from here. There are carvings scattered across Iranian deserts of wheels, of circular designs, some so eroded they could be coincidence, others too precise to ignore. No spokes, just rings. Some believe these carvings correspond to sky charts. Others say they're instructions or warnings. And here in the same dust gear, not large, not loud, but maybe important. You hold it in your hand now. It's heavier than it looks. The edges feel too smooth for something this old. You tilt it. The teeth catch the light. They shine not brightly, but intelligently. Like they're waiting. For what? That's the question no one can answer. Not yet. Because whatever machine this gear once belonged to, whatever system or signal or secret it was meant to serve, we haven't found the rest. Or worse, maybe we did, and we didn't recognize it. You walk into darkness now. Not metaphorical darkness, not spiritual. Actual physical absence of light. Not a flicker, not a glimmer. Just the kind of black that swallows flashlights and stretches endlessly in every direction. Because tonight, you've stepped inside the belly of the stone. This is not one place, not one structure. It's a pattern, a global pattern of megalithic structures so impossibly large, so precisely engineered, and so inexplicably aligned that they've forced archaeologists, engineers, and dreamers to ask the question no one likes asking. How, and more urgently why, we begin in the Caucasus Mountains of southern Russia. The year is 2011. Explorer Arthur Zhukov was climbing a fissure in Mount Kora, a granite cliff cracked by time and erosion, when he stumbled into a cavern that wasn't a cavern at all. The deeper he climbed, the more the walls began to change, from irregular stone to perfect geometry. Angled slabs, right angles. Blocks the size of trucks stacked without mortar, fitted with such precision that even a razor blade couldn't slide between them. These weren't rough-hewn stones dragged by tribesmen with ropes. These were cut, polished, set, designed. Some of the stones weighed over 200 tons. Inside was a hall. A space so vast and symmetrical it mirrored the inner chambers of Egypt's Great Pyramid. Columns of solid stone evenly spaced carved from the mountain itself. Tunnels branched off narrow and winding, some too small for a grown adult. Some led to dead ends. Others echoed with sounds that didn't seem to come from any known source. Zhukov documented everything. Photos, measurements, schematics. He was preparing to return for deeper exploration when he died in a car crash 2 years later. His notes were archived. His discovery was shelved. And the site still unexcavated, still unexplained. Historians still debate whether the structure is a natural formation. But those who saw the images, the smooth black stone, the seamless joints, the ventilation-like tunnels, aren't so sure. It wasn't just a space. It was intentional space, like a computer built from mountain. Then we moved to Egypt, not to the Great Pyramid, not this time, but to a lesser-known site in Abydos called the Osirian. Built with some of the heaviest granite blocks in all of Egypt, over 100 tons each. Carved in Aswan, transported over 200 kilometers and placed 15 feet beneath ground level. The Osirian's construction is an architectural paradox. There are no inscriptions, no hieroglyphs, no names, no gods. Just stone. Colossal, clean, and quiet. Most Egyptian temples tell stories. They're loud with symbols, names, pharaohs etched in stone. But not here. It's as if the Osirian wasn't built for us. Some Egyptologists claim it was a symbolic tomb for Osiris, the god of the underworld. but even they admit it looks older than everything around it. Cruder, but in a way that suggests greater strength, not lesser technology. More ancient, more durable, more foundational. Odd fact: the chamber is perpetually flooded with water from a source no one can locate. Every attempt to drain it has failed. The water keeps coming back, always from below, always warm. Some say it's just groundwater. Others say it's part of the design. Like the water is meant to be there, a cleansing field, a medium, or maybe a barrier. Historians still debate whether the Osirian was built by the same civilization that constructed the rest of Abydos, but the stone says otherwise. It speaks in mass and silence, not style or chronology. Now to Baalbek in Lebanon, the trilithon, 3 stones, each weighing over 1,000 tons. That's not a typo. These are some of the largest known building blocks ever used by human hands, if they were in fact used by human hands. They form the base of the Temple of Jupiter. But here's the catch: the Romans built the temple, sure, but the foundation, it was already there. Even the Romans couldn't explain how it got there. And it doesn't stop there. In the adjacent quarry lies the so-called stone of the pregnant woman, 150 tons. Next to it, a second, even larger stone, discovered in 2014, 650 tons, still embedded in bedrock, still waiting to be moved or not. How do you move a stone that size? No crane in the modern world can lift it. There are no pulleys, no ramps, no logic that explains how these blocks were transported, lifted, and placed with such precision. Unless, of course, we're missing something. Then there's Saqqara, Egypt again. The Serapeum, a series of underground tunnels housing giant granite sarcophagi, each weighing up to 70 tons. Carved from single blocks of stone, polished inside and out, no rough edges, no chiseling flaws, as if they were melted, poured, and cooled. What were they used for? They say bull mummies, sacred Apis bulls, but no bull remains have ever been found inside them. The lids were sealed so perfectly it would have required hydraulic lifts just to open one. But they were made in the time of bronze chisels. Historians still debate whether these were tombs or something else, containment chambers perhaps. Safes for something not sacred, but dangerous. And finally, we return to the pattern. The alignment across these sites, Russia, Egypt, Lebanon, you start to notice connections. The angle of tunnels matches solstice lines. The stones echo each other's measurements. The number of columns, the angle of light, the ratio of length to width recurring, like someone followed a blueprint not written for one temple or even one region, but for the planet itself. And the question that begins to rise through the dust is simple. Were we really the first, or did someone walk this earth long before us, moving stones we can't lift, shaping voids we can't scan, and building structures we can't even understand, let alone replicate? Structures that hum, structures that remember. You look around now, you're inside one. The stone above you doesn't echo, it absorbs. Your flashlight cuts into the dark, but doesn't bounce back. The walls are too smooth, too still, and you get the feeling that you're not the one studying this place. You're the one being watched. The sea doesn't give up its secrets easily, especially not the Baltic Sea, where the water is dark, cold, and heavy with centuries of silence. This is not a place for tropical ruins or coral-encrusted temples. This is where ships vanish, where radar flickers, where compasses lose their sense of north. and where in 2011 a sonar scan revealed something that changed the rules entirely. They called it the Baltic Sea anomaly. It sits roughly 300 feet beneath the surface off the coasts of Sweden and Finland, on the floor of a stretch of ocean often dismissed as unremarkable. A dive team from a group known as Ocean X was scanning for old shipwrecks when their instruments painted a sonar image that made them all go quiet. A circular object nearly 200 feet wide, perfectly symmetrical, with what appeared to be 90-degree angle steps and a ramp. Beside it, a long gouge in the seafloor like a skid mark, as if the object hadn't fallen from above, but landed hard and slid. It didn't look like a natural formation. It didn't look like geology. It looked like machinery. You float above it now in your mind, watching as the submersible's lights cast shadows over its strange, smooth surface. Part of it rises like a dome. Part of it drops away into tiered platforms. Some divers said it reminded them of the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. Others said it looked older, like a fossilized machine, something that had been here long before boats' borders or language. And the closer they got, the stranger it became. Their equipment cameras' lights communications malfunctioned around the object. Batteries drained in minutes. Video feeds flickered. Electronic interference scrambled their readings. One diver said it felt like the water had gone dead. Still, heavily silent, like it was watching them back. Odd fact, the rocks around the anomaly showed signs of extreme heat, as though they had been subjected to temperatures high enough to cause glazing, something usually seen in industrial kilns. But there are no volcanoes here, no tectonic activity, just the floor of a cold, slow-moving sea. Samples taken from the site confused geologists. Some of the material was volcanic, but with formations that implied it had cooled without oxygen, something that doesn't happen naturally on Earth's surface. Others found microscopic metal spheres embedded in the silt around the anomaly. Theories exploded overnight. Historians still debate what it is. Some say it's a World War II wreck, perhaps a secret Nazi anti-submarine device or prototype vessel. But no known war record matches its design size or depth. Others claim it's a natural rock formation, a glacial deposit sculpted by ice flows. But even those voices crack a little when they talk about the angles, the symmetry, and the electronics that don't seem to function anywhere near it. And then there's the third theory, the one people laugh about publicly and dig into privately, that it's a craft, not a ship exactly. Something else. Something ancient. Something that came down not in fire and noise, but in silence and light, and simply stayed, rested, sank, buried itself in the dark. And maybe it's still powered, just barely. One diver years later said that when he touched it, his hand pressed flat to the stone or metal or whatever it was, he felt a tone. Not a vibration, not a hum, a note. One that went straight into his chest, like it had been waiting to be recognized. There are no carvings, no readable symbols, just smooth lines and cold surfaces. But satellite thermal imaging has on occasion picked up heat blooms, small rhythmic pulses like the heartbeat of something dreaming. Some believe the object is only the tip of the structure, that more of it lies buried beneath the sediment, that what we see is just the top hatch of something enormous slumbering in the silt. Historians still debate whether the formation is a result of post-glacial rebound or artificial construction. But deep-sea archaeologists agree on one thing: no one has fully explored it. Funding for a complete excavation mysteriously dried up. Ocean X postponed future dives, citing technical complications. The Swedish government, without directly intervening, has since discouraged further exploration in that area. No-fly zones, naval presence, quiet pressure. What are they protecting? Or what are they avoiding? Some believe that to fully investigate the anomaly would mean challenging our entire understanding of European prehistory. That if it is artificial and not human-made, it opens questions we are not ready to answer. Others worry about what activating it might mean. That the pulses, the heat blooms, the electromagnetic disruptions, those are not dormant features. They're signs of something not finished. You imagine it now, a chamber sealed for tens of thousands of years. Pressure building, sensors waiting, a signal maybe. One ping in just the right frequency. One nudge in just the right place. And then nothing would be the same. Odd detail. Local fishermen along that stretch of the Baltic have long told stories of strange lights under the water, nets that go missing, schools of fish that suddenly vanish. They call it the cold eye, and they don't sail over it if they can help it. You surface now, water dripping from your suit eyes on the gray horizon. The Baltic is calm again, but beneath that mirror, beneath the miles of pressure and salt, something unnatural sleeps. Or maybe it's not sleeping, maybe it's listening. And maybe one day when the wrong signal hits the right frequency, it will answer. Welcome to the middle of nowhere again. This time in the rolling green hills of central Kazakhstan, where the steppe stretches in every direction like a never-ending ocean of grass. Wind moves fast out here. People do not, and it's easy to miss things, which might explain why no one noticed until the satellite photos came in. At first, they looked like glitches, strange shapes in the grass, lines, crosses, swirls, the kind of patterns you'd expect from a modern art installation or a prank. But zoom out far enough, and they resolve into something else entirely. Geoglyphs, massive ones, like Nazca but older. They're called the stepglyphs, more than 300 enormous earthen shapes made from carefully arranged mounds, trenches, and ridges that stretch across thousands of acres. Some are circles, some are squares. A few resemble crosses or swastikas, not the hateful modern kind, but the ancient sun-wheel variety. Spirals appear too. And then there's the Bestamsko ring, a perfectly symmetrical ring of mounds over 400 meters across, surrounding a slightly raised central platform. Historians still debate who made them. They were first spotted in 2007 by an amateur archaeologist named Dmitry Day, who was using Google Earth to look for ancient sites. What he found didn't show up on any map, any record, or in any local memory. He went to the field to confirm them and stood there, stunned feet on a low ridge, eyes on a ring too big to understand from the ground. The structures were built from soil and stone carefully piled. Radiocarbon dating of the organic materials underneath them puts the earliest ones at 8,000 years old. That predates the wheel. That predates most known cities. That puts them older than Stonehenge, and yet no bones, no inscriptions, no tools, nothing. Just shapes, too big to see unless you're above them, too precise to be chance, too deliberate. Theories exploded. Some archaeologists suggested they were ceremonial gathering sites, maybe early calendars, maybe territorial markers. But others pointed out that the designs don't line up cleanly with solstices or lunar cycles. They're not standardized like you'd expect from a seasonal calendar. Then someone ran a frequency scan across the topography and found something even stranger. Each of the larger glyphs is positioned within a harmonic field, a zone where acoustic resonance patterns from the wind itself seem to amplify naturally. In other words, when wind moves across the steppe at certain speeds, some glyphs hum, not audibly unless you're standing in just the right spot. But with sensitive microphones, the land sings. Odd fact: the frequencies vary by glyph shape. Rings vibrate differently than squares. Spirals produce modulated tones that repeat in loops. It's not random, it's patterned, like someone was building a message in sound, not language. You stand at the edge of one now. Just a rise in the grass to your eyes, but to the satellites above, you're standing on the rim of a vast earthen eye, one that's been staring skyward for thousands of years. Some scholars speculate the glyphs were sky maps, not of stars we see now, but of ancient constellations long erased by the precession of the equinoxes. Others say they mark energy grids, though that drifts into forbidden territory, too mystical for mainstream academia. And yet, the wind still hums. Here's where it gets stranger. A dig at the center of one spiral glyph uncovered a stone slab, flat and circular, not unlike a sundial. But it bore no symbols, just a deep, narrow groove, spiraling inward as if something was meant to spin inside it, like a needle on a record, or a gear. Yes, like the whispering gear. Historians still debate whether the glyphs are connected to other anomalous artifacts found across Central Asia, strange shaped stones with drill-like holes, shards of what appear to be ceramics fired at impossible temperatures. But the evidence mounts that someone was working in patterns not just in survival. They weren't building for comfort. They weren't even building for the ground. They were building for the sky. Odd detail. Some glyphs are aligned not to the modern cardinal directions, but to magnetic north, as it would have been thousands of years ago. Whoever built them understood something not just about space, but about time. You lie down in the grass now. The wind picks up. You close your eyes, and the humming begins. It's not music. Not exactly. It's more like a tone pressing gently against your thoughts, like the echo of a drum beat from beneath the earth. And for just a moment, you feel like you understand something you'll forget the second you stand up. Like the glyph was built for this moment, for you. Some believe these structures were part of a communication system, not with each other, but with something above. Maybe gods, maybe visitors, maybe just the cosmos itself. The glyphs weren't messages, they were antennas, reaching upward with geometry and vibration. And then there's the missing piece. In 2020, satellite scans revealed a new structure, one hidden by erosion and crop growth. It wasn't a glyph. It was a channel, a long trench running perfectly straight for over 5 kilometers, pointing toward the horizon, where on the day of the summer solstice, the sun would rise directly into its path. At the end of the trench, a low, unmarked stone pedestal. Whatever once stood there has long since vanished. But one theory suggests it once held an object, a mirror, a stone, a gear, or maybe nothing. Maybe the pedestal wasn't meant to hold something at all. Maybe it was meant to receive something. You stand now, looking down the trench, as the last light of day slants low across the steppe. The wind eases, the hum softens, and the glyph around you seems to settle, as if exhaling. We don't know what these structures were for, but they are still working, still tuned, still listening to the sky. Now, we descend not underground, not undersea, but beneath the skin of something far more modern. The kind of mystery you'd expect to be solved in an age of satellites and search engines. But this one isn't ancient. It's not lost in sand or swallowed by the jungle. It's right there in plain sight. A city, not a forgotten one, not a ruined one, a living city, and beneath it, something no one can explain. Welcome to Daren Cuyu in central Turkey, a place where the land is dry, the sun is sharp, and the secrets are buried deep. More than 280 feet deep to be precise. In 1963, a man knocked down a wall in his basement and found a doorway that didn't belong on any blueprint. Behind it, a tunnel, cool air, silence, and then stairs that descended into the dark. He called local officials thinking maybe he'd found a cave. Instead, he found a city, a full underground city, complete with ventilation shafts, wells, kitchens, living quarters, storage rooms, and chapels. At least 18 levels carved directly into the volcanic rock beneath the town. Some say it could house 20,000 people. That's not just a shelter, that's a society, and no one knows who built it. That's the first mystery. The second, how. The stone called tough is soft enough to carve, but notoriously difficult to stabilize. Yet the builders of Daren Cuyu created an engineered labyrinth, complete with massive rolling stone doors, secret passageways, and defense points. They knew how to circulate air even across multiple levels. They knew how to keep food cool, water clean, and fires ventilated without modern tools. There's no mention of Daren Cuyu in historical texts before the 14th century. No inscriptions, no records, just oral tradition. The oldest known written reference is vague and late. Some suggest it was built by the Phrygians around 700 BCE. Others push that back to the Hittites, possibly as early as 1500 BCE. But even that doesn't feel old enough, because recent scans suggest that earlier layers exist deeper and rougher, with signs of different construction techniques. The upper levels are squared orderly. The deeper you go, the more the geometry twists tighter. Curves odd angles, almost like organic architecture, like something not designed for human bodies. One theory, the city wasn't built all at once. It was found then expanded, like someone stumbled on something ancient, alien even, and dug around it, adapted it, claimed it. Historians still debate whether Daren Cuyu was built as a refuge, a storage site, or something more sacred. But the deeper chambers suggest it wasn't just about hiding, it was about waiting. Here's the odd part. Daren Cuyu isn't alone. There are dozens of other underground cities across Cappadocia, some linked by tunnels stretching miles. Like a buried highway system designed to connect something, or maybe to contain something. One tunnel between Daren Cuyu and the nearby city of Kemakli spans nearly 5 miles, dug by hand, through rock, in total darkness, without any clear economic purpose. Why? Some say it was for escape routes. Others say it was for communication. But some researchers whisper about ritual movement, like monks in a labyrinth, like participants in a path that meant something. You move through one of the passages now. The ceiling drops to shoulder height. The air is still, dry. The walls are bare save for occasional niches carved to hold oil lamps. You run your hand across the surface, and for a moment you feel a groove, a smooth line that doesn't match the rest, like a vein or a track. Odd fact, electromagnetic readings in certain rooms spike irregularly, not always, but sometimes, as if the place is still conducting something. Not electricity, not heat, memory. Tour guides don't like talking about the bottom floors. They're blocked off now, officially for safety reasons, unofficially because of what happened in 2007. A group of spelunkers attempted to explore the lower levels beyond the designated tourist route. They descended to the unofficial level 19, where they discovered a sealed stone wall with unusual marking spirals, repeating triangles, and something that looked like an open eye. The team's equipment failed. Radios died. One member became violently ill. Another panicked and had to be restrained during extraction. According to a leaked report, she said only this: it wasn't empty. It was listening. The wall has never been officially reopened. Some researchers believe Daren Cuyu's lowest levels align with seismic nodes, natural fault points in the earth, meaning the structure was built on a spot where the planet itself vibrates as if they were trying to tune in to something deep and old. Others suggest the city wasn't about hiding from danger, but from light. That maybe the world above had changed, burned, raged, and the people below waited it out not for months, but generations. And then there's the other theory, the one they don't say out loud, that Daren Cuyu wasn't meant to protect people from something on the outside. It was meant to keep something in. One of the rooms at the deepest accessible level contains a niche carved into the wall, roughly circular, ringed with what looks like teeth. Not functional, symbolic, or maybe both. Some say it resembles a lock. Others say it's a mouth. You stand there now. The air grows heavier. You feel it in your lungs, not pressure, but expectation. Like the walls are remembering footsteps, like the city itself is trying to remember what it once was, who once lived here, or who still does deep beneath the floors we're not allowed to touch. Because Daren Cuyu doesn't feel abandoned. It feels paused, waiting for something to shift, waiting for the world above to call it back. And maybe, just maybe, it's listening through stone and silence, asking the one question no civilization wants to hear, echoed from below. Are you ready? High in the Peruvian Andes, where clouds curl low across the peaks and condors wheel silently in the sky, there's a place that doesn't show up in guidebooks or tourist brochures. No welcome sign, no ticket booth, just jagged cliffs and moss-covered paths that lead, if you're brave enough, to a doorway cut into solid stone. A doorway that leads nowhere. It's called the Puerta de Hayumarca, or the Gate of the Gods. From a distance, it looks like a natural rock face. Pink granite, weathered by centuries of wind and rain. But walk closer, and you'll see it a perfect rectangle carved into the cliff, about 7 feet tall and 6 feet wide. Flat, clean, smooth-edged. At its center, a smaller alcove, an indentation shaped like an upright oval, like someone had planned a keyhole for something very specific. But the door doesn't open. It never has. There are no hinges, no seams, no tunnel behind it, just solid rock. And yet for generations, locals have told stories that this was not a door for the body, but for the soul. That shamans once stood before it, staff in hand, and disappeared in a flash of light. That it is not a place to arrive, but a place to leave. The legend goes like this. In ancient times, during a great time of upheaval, a priest named Amarumuru fled the temple of the 7 rays carrying a golden disc, a gift from the gods. A key. He arrived at Hayumarca, where he placed the disc into the indentation at the center of the door and vanished. Vanished in front of witnesses. No struggle, no farewell. Just gone, absorbed into the stone. Of course, this is a legend. But when researchers visited the site in the 1990s, they noticed something strange. The oval recess in the stone where the golden disc supposedly went is worn smooth. Not by erosion, but by repeated contact, touch, pressure. Like many hands have pressed something there. And here's the odd part. Some who have touched the center report sensations, dizziness, warmth, even visions. A few claim to have heard music. Others say they felt as though the air grew thinner around them, and their heartbeats no longer matched the rhythm of their bodies. Historians still debate whether the gate of the gods was ceremonial or symbolic, perhaps a ritual stage for Incan processions, or a practice wall for stonemasons. But no tools have ever been found nearby. No inscriptions, no offerings. Nothing to suggest who carved it or why, and the carving itself is odd. The Inca were masters of stonework, yes, but their work usually involved multi-block construction, terraces, walls, temples fitted with interlocking pieces. Not this a doorway, carved from a single sheer rock face unconnected to any larger structure. Standing alone, a doorway to nothing, or maybe to something we can't see. Odd fact. The site aligns almost perfectly with the constellation Lyra. On certain nights, when the sky is clear and the stars hang low, the cluster known as Vega rests directly above the door's apex. It's the same star cluster that appears in pre-Incan legends as the path of the sky serpents. Coincidence maybe, or maybe this isn't just a door. Maybe it's a map. Some say the Gate of the Gods is part of a global network, places of power aligned not with nations or cultures, but with celestial resonance. Doorways that don't open into corridors, but into states of being, or phases of reality, or dimensions we haven't yet named. And across the world, other doors appear. In Bolivia, the Gate of the Sun. In Egypt, the false doorways of tombs. In Cambodia, the arched portals of Angkor Wat, perfectly aligned with solstices, all leading to nothing, and yet all clearly built to frame something, perhaps not what's there, but what's meant to be. In 2012, a team attempted a resonance scan of Hayu Marca. Using ground-penetrating radar and low-frequency vibration, they hoped to detect internal chambers or cavities. What they found was silence, but then the sensor spiked for 7 seconds. All frequencies between 18 and 23 hertz registered a pulse like something had responded just once, then gone. Some call it a glitch, others don't. Local shamans have a word for what this place is. Emaru Tupac, roughly translated, the place where the skin sheds. They don't mean it literally. It's not about death. It's about passage, like a cicada slipping from its husk, like light leaving the prism. One elder says it plainly. It is not for walking. It is for becoming. You walk up to the stone now. Press your palm against the cool, unmoving surface. It feels like granite, nothing more. But the silence here is dense. The wind slows. The world seems to hush around you. And for a moment, your breath syncs with the pulse of the earth. You look into the smaller oval. It's empty, but your mind fills it with shape. A disc, a stone, a sound. And suddenly, you understand the myth. The gate was never meant to be opened with hands. It was meant to be opened with awareness, with intention, with resonance, with remembering. Some believe the golden disc was not an object, but a metaphor, a frequency held by the priest tuned to the doorway. When matched, the portal opened not into a tunnel, but into another layer of reality, another vibration of the same world. a place you can't reach with feet, only with the right state of being. So, what is the gate of the gods? A door, a monument, or a reminder that the boundaries we live within of matter of time of identity are not as fixed as we think. That somewhere carved into the bones of the earth are places where the veil thins. And if you stand quietly enough, if your breath matches the wind, if your heartbeat aligns with the stars, you might not step through, but something inside you might. The Amazon rainforest hides many things. Lost cities, uncontacted tribes, creatures we haven't even named. But buried deep beneath its roots, beneath the rivers and tangled vines, lies something even stranger. Something so old and so intentional, it defies everything we thought we knew about the civilizations of South America. They call them the geoglyphs of Acre. They weren't discovered by archaeologists on foot or dug up by treasure hunters. They were found by accident from the air. In the early 2000s, deforestation in western Brazil revealed enormous geometric patterns etched into the soil, perfect circle squares, and interlocking ditches too large to see from the ground. And once scientists knew what to look for, they found hundreds more. Over 450 so far. And counting. Massive earthen shapes, many over 300 feet wide, scattered across the landscape, like some ancient artist's sketchpad. Straight lines, parallel corridors, L-shaped designs. Some geoglyphs are connected by trenches. Others stand alone, perfectly symmetrical, as if carved for the sky. And they're old. Radiocarbon dating puts their construction somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 years ago. But the soil beneath many of them shows signs of earlier human activity, agriculture, pottery tools that stretch back at least 3,000 years. And yet these geoglyphs were made by societies that left no cities, no stone temples, no massive monuments like the Maya or Inca. It's like they lived, built, and vanished, leaving only shapes. Historians still debate who these people were. There's no written language, no known name for the culture. But the earthworks are clear. These weren't random trenches or natural formations. They were engineered carefully, deliberately, and on a massive scale. Odd fact, the geoglyphs are cut into terra preta, or dark earth, a type of highly fertile soil found only in the Amazon and believed to be human-made. Modern scientists still don't know exactly how it was created, but it's richer and more productive than the natural soil around it. In other words, these weren't just geometric monuments, they were part of a living landscape. Managed, cultivated, planned. You stand on the rim of one now. A perfect circle carved into the earth, 30 feet wide, surrounded by low embankments that once stood taller. It's quiet here. Too quiet. Birds avoid this spot. The air is still, as if time thins at the edges of the shape. Some researchers suggest the glyphs were ritual sites, places of gathering, perhaps linked to solstices or seasonal celebrations. Others believe they were boundary markers, symbols of territory among scattered tribal groups. But then came the sound tests. In 2016, a team of acoustic engineers visited several glyph sites and began running frequency scans, clapping, singing, and playing instruments within the ditches. What they found stunned them. Many of the shapes had acoustic sweet spots, points where the sound focused and amplified almost like an open-air amphitheater. Whispers could carry. Drums echoed with strange clarity. This wasn't coincidence. The glyphs weren't just for seeing, they were for hearing, and possibly for feeling. In some circular formations, the sound would resonate through the feet and chest frequencies, too low to hear, but very real to the body. Researchers experienced nausea, disorientation, or even euphoria after prolonged exposure. Historians still debate whether this was intentional, but the pattern repeats too often to be ignored. These weren't random ditches. They were tuned spaces, and then there's the alignment. Many glyphs are oriented with astronomical precision. Some align with solstice sunrises. Others line up with lunar phases. One particularly large formation contains 72 separate lines, each marking a different solar or lunar event across a calendar year. This isn't primitive. This is architecture with memory, odd detail. When overlaid with modern GPS and satellite data, the geoglyphs form clusters. Not random scatterings, but networks. Some suggest they were once connected by raised causeways or river routes. Others believe they mapped out invisible energy grids, power lines of a more subtle kind, and the people who made them gone. No records, no ruins, just pottery shards and carbon ghosts in the soil. One theory suggests their civilization collapsed after European contact, like so many others. Disease swept through the jungle faster than swords or bullets. By the time explorers arrived, the cities had already turned to forest. Another theory says something older wiped them out, something internal. A resource collapse, a great migration, a shift in climate or sky, something they saw coming and could not stop. But then there's the final layer, what lies beneath. Ground-penetrating radar at certain glyph sites revealed chambers, not tunnels, not tombs, just hollow pockets too regular to be natural. One researcher described them as acoustic bells buried in the soil. Their purpose, unknown. The locals have a name for the geoglyphs, marcas dos céus, marks of the sky. They believe the shapes were made not just for the heavens to observe, but to answer. Some say their ancestors spoke to stars. Others say the geoglyphs were doors, not literal ones, vibrational ones. Openings made not with stone, but with pattern and sound. You kneel now inside the ring. The earth is soft, dark, alive. A breeze stirs the trees, but not the circle. You speak a single word. It echoes back twice. But the second time, it sounds different, changed, like the land heard you. So what were the geoglyphs of acre? Calendars, theaters, territory lines, or were they requests? Massive geometric questions asked with ditches and soil and silence, asked to the sky, and maybe just maybe answered in the heart of China's Guizhou province, beneath a remote hillside covered with rice terraces and whispering bamboo lies, something that was never supposed to be found. It wasn't carved. It wasn't moved. It wasn't placed. It was, according to official records, born there. But no one believes that, because what they found in 2002 was a rock. A giant cracked boulder that had broken apart in a recent landslide, exposing a perfectly preserved inner surface. And etched across that newly revealed face were 6 clear, unnatural characters. Chinese Communist Party collapses. Now, setting aside the political panic that followed, this isn't about the phrase. It's about the rock itself. Because geological surveys confirm that the stone is at least 270 million years old. Let that sink in. This wasn't some modern graffiti hoax. The characters weren't carved into the surface. They weren't painted, etched, or burned. They were embedded within the stone layers themselves. Different sediment tones forming the strokes like a natural mosaic, but spelling words that couldn't have existed until the 20th century. And next to those 6 characters, a blank space. A 7th character was missing, or was never formed, or was too faint to read. That's your first odd fact. The local government rushed to contain the story, but instead of burying it, they turned it into a tourist attraction. They called it the Hidden Word Stone and claimed it was a natural curiosity, a coincidence, a geological fluke, nature's sense of humor. But the more scientists looked at it, the less funny it became, because the formation of those characters defies sedimentary logic. They weren't created by fossilization. There were no mineral veins or plant roots guiding the patterns. They were formed during compression millions of years ago, in layers untouched since before the rise of mammals. And yet there they are, clear, centered, unearthed only recently, as if they'd been waiting for just the right moment. Historians still debate whether this is a pareidolia effect, where the brain sees familiar shapes in random patterns like faces in clouds or animals in rock formations, but language-legible proportional modern Chinese characters in sequential order. Pareidolia has limits. Some geologists suggested it could have been altered, perhaps by villagers hoping to draw attention. But the composition has been tested. Under UV light, under electron microscopy, and the layers show no disturbance, no signs of tampering. If it was a hoax, it was committed on a molecular level, one that predates not only the Chinese Communist Party, but all of recorded history. And that's where the questions really begin, because this isn't the only time writing has appeared where it shouldn't. In 1968 in the United States, miners in Oklahoma cracked open a geode dated at 200 million years old. Inside was a small metallic object, a gear-shaped cylinder with teeth so finely etched they required magnification to study. The object was dismissed as contamination, misidentification, but it matched no known fossils, and it bore engravings, not letters, not any known script, but symbols, repeating, rhythmic, mathematical, too intentional to be random, too old to be explained. Some call them time fossils artifacts, or impressions embedded in rock layers, so ancient they seem impossible. A bell-shaped metallic tool found in coal, an iron pot embedded in limestone, a human footprint in 500 million year old shale, all dismissed, all ignored. But the hidden word stone was too loud to ignore. Theories emerged. Maybe it was a message sent backward, a ripple from the future trapped in layers of time like amber. A prophecy written in stone, not for meaning, but for effect. Or perhaps it's a flaw in the simulation, an echo left in the rendering engine of reality itself. A typo in the stone code. Others believe the rock is a mimetic artifact not meant to carry language, but to generate awareness, to force recognition, to awaken the concept of collapse just by being read. It doesn't matter whether you believe in the message. The message exists. That's the point. And it leads to a bigger question. What if time isn't linear in the way we think? What if time sometimes echoes like sound in a cave, rippling backward, imprinting symbols on matter long before their meaning arrives? What if history doesn't just leave scars? What if it leaves premonitions? You stand before the rock now. It leans gently against the slope, protected under a tourist pavilion, cleaned daily, guarded unofficially. Most visitors come for the novelty, the selfie, the strange phrase. But you see something else, a question carved by no tool, a sentence written in the wrong century, a whisper embedded in stone. Odd detail earthquake sensors in the region have picked up micro-vibrations near the rock, low, irregular pulses. Not seismic, not natural. Like a silent ticking. Like something trying to finish a sentence. And remember the missing seventh character. Some claim they can see it in certain lighting. A faint curve. A half stroke. Not erased, incomplete. like the stone is waiting for the final piece, not a letter, but a moment, a time, or a person, you, because the real mystery isn't the phrase carved in stone. It's the fact that you're reading it and wondering, there's a hill in India, not tall, not imposing, just a swell of earth near the sleepy village of Jatinga in the northeastern state of Assam. The kind of place where fog hangs low and the trees seem to lean in like eavesdroppers. At first glance, it looks ordinary, peaceful even. But once a year, in the late monsoon season, something happens here that defies every natural explanation. Birds fall from the sky. Not a few, not one or two, dozens, sometimes hundreds. They plummet not in the chaotic flutter of a storm, but as if drawn by some unseen hand. They don't fall dead. Many are still alive, confused, stunned, silent, as if they've been pulled out of one world and dropped into another. It's been happening for generations. Locals call it the Night of the Falling Birds, and it takes place, like clockwork, during September and October, just after dusk, only along a narrow 1.5-kilometer stretch of the hill. Not the whole region, just the hill, only at night, only during that window. The first records came from colonial officers in the early 20th century, but oral traditions go back further. The Zem Naga tribes believed the birds were spirits trying to cross into the human world, but failing, crashing into our plane like moths into a lantern. Scientists have tried to explain it. They say it might be due to geomagnetic anomalies, that something about the rock beneath the hill messes with bird navigation. Others blame the mist and artificial light from the village, claiming the birds are disoriented and simply dive toward the glow. But those theories fall short because the birds don't fall anywhere else nearby. And not all birds fall. Only certain species, migratory, night flyers, ones with excellent navigation skills, and the pattern is too precise, too specific. Some years, when the lights are turned off, the birds still fall. Historians still debate whether this is a natural phenomenon or something older, something sacred. But here's where it gets stranger. The falling birds don't behave like animals in panic. They fall in formation, sometimes in pairs, sometimes in arcs, as if they've been caught in a net we can't see, or responding to a signal we don't understand. Odd fact: during the 1980s, a researcher set up an audio recorder on the hill to capture the sounds during the fall. He expected wings, screeches, wind. Instead, he captured a tone, a low-frequency hum, that lasted exactly 7 minutes each night of the event. It was inaudible to the human ear, but present on tape, always 7 minutes. Always starting just before the first bird dropped. They replayed it in a lab. One technician reported a sense of pressure in his chest. Another claimed to feel dizzy. Some felt nothing. But one man, an ornithologist, said it sounded like the sky was breathing. And maybe it was. The soil on the hill contains trace minerals not common to the surrounding region, specifically magnetite, a naturally magnetic substance. That alone isn't surprising. But ground surveys showed the magnetite in spiral formations running through the rock, like veins converging at a single point beneath the hill's peak. Not random, not natural, aligned. Some believe the hill is a kind of resonator, an accidental or intentional amplifier for natural frequencies. A device, not built but formed or grown. Others suggest it's a leak, a place where the fabric between two systems of life, two worlds, thins just enough to let something strange happen. And then there's the theory that no one says out loud, that the birds don't just fall, they're called. Local shamans once left offerings on the hill, not to prevent the falls, but to honor them, to thank the skywalkers for letting part of their world touch ours. They claimed the birds were not dying, but transforming, that those who disappeared into the fog weren't lost, but changed. In 2001, a small research drone was flown through the hill's airspace during a fall. It lost signal. 5 minutes later, it came back, footage intact. GPS scrambled, but something else had changed. The drone's internal clock was off by exactly 7 minutes. As if for a brief time, it had entered a zone where time wasn't behaving correctly. That data was never published officially. You walk the path now just below the summit. The ground feels normal. The air is thick but breathable. Trees sway gently. Nothing seems out of place, but you notice the silence. No birds sing here during the day. And when you reach the spot where the magnetite veins converge, your phone loses signal. Your compass spins. You hear a faint buzz, not loud, not sharp, just there. Like static in your bones, the sky above is gray. The clouds curl like fingers, and you can almost feel the moment approaching when the birds will fall again. Not randomly, not in chaos, but on cue. So what is Jatinga? A quirk of nature, a magnetic hiccup, or a beacon? A place where the laws of motion briefly relax, where birds lose their way, or maybe find it for just a second. A place where something ancient wakes once a year, sends a pulse through the clouds, and watches what comes. We don't know, but every year the birds return. And every year, the hill catches them. You're not sure what draws you to this island. It's not tropical. It's not scenic. Just a small forested mass rising out of Lake Michigan, wrapped in fog and old warnings. Locals call it North Fox Island, and if you ask about it, they'll shift uncomfortably and change the subject. Not because of ghosts, not because of myths, but because of something much worse reality. North Fox Island isn't uninhabited. It just doesn't want to be found. In the 1970s, it was the center of something called Brother Paul's Project, a name that sounds benign, almost charming. But behind the curtain was one of the most disturbing criminal rings in Michigan's history, involving child exploitation, secret flights, and a trail that pointed to powerful people. The truth was buried fast. Records disappeared. Witnesses vanished. But that's not what this story is about, because beneath the very real horror, there lies a second older layer of mystery, one that predates the 1970s, one that no one wants to talk about. And it begins with a stone circle. In 2006, a local hiker stumbled across it. Dozens of weathered stones, arranged in a near-perfect spiral near the island's center, partially buried in moss and thyme. Not large, not showy, but deliberate. Aligned to the cardinal directions with surprising precision. He reported it to state authorities. Nothing happened. He returned a year later to show friends. The stones were gone, moved, scattered, and in their place, a new spiral, this time made of smaller stones, arranged slightly differently, tilted as if trying to realign. Historians still debate whether this was a prank, a natural phenomenon, or something more ritualistic. But aerial photography revealed something stranger beneath the soil. There are ground disturbances, subsurface structures, circular foundations, like rings within rings, almost like tree growth but in stone. LiDAR scans in 2014 showed even more tunnels, collapsed winding carved through limestone, not large enough for modern humans, more like crawl spaces, maze-like, purposeful, but going nowhere, or maybe circling something. And here's where things really twist. The electromagnetic field on North Fox Island isn't stable. Instruments behave erratically. One geologist's compass reversed polarity after just an hour on the island. GPS data drifts. Cameras glitch. And during certain nights in late August, motion sensors pick up shadows moving inland, even though no one's there. Odd fact. Every August 23rd, for the past 12 years, migratory birds detour around the island. Not over, not beside, around, as if an invisible dome tells them not here. You find an old bench near the shore now half-rotted and covered in moss. Nearby, a decayed sign reads, Project Outreach. No one knows who installed it. The name doesn't match any known organizations. It's not in public records. Beneath it, carved into the wood in shaky hand, they weren't human, not at first. You might think this is local paranoia. Just a scary story built atop a tragic past. But archaeologists from the University of Michigan quietly examined soil samples from the island in 2018. What they found didn't match surrounding geology. There were trace isotopes of yttrium and hafnium elements not normally found in natural Michigan terrain, especially not in organic ash layers buried 5 feet down, as if something burned here. Something very old. Some researchers suggest the island was once a sacred site used for burial rituals or star observations by ancient peoples who no longer exist. Others say it was a containment zone, a place people left behind on purpose never to be disturbed. And then there's the spiral. It keeps changing. Not growing, not eroding, changing. A 2021 drone captured a formation made of bones, small animal remains, arranged in a coil that mirrored the first stone circle's shape exactly. No human footprints nearby. No signs of entry. And 2 days later, gone. Historians still debate whether the entire island is just a magnet for coincidence, a sort of psychological Bermuda Triangle. But many agree on one thing: the symbols are consistent. Every spiral, every tunnel, every placement lines up with one idea: containment. Something was sealed here, or summoned, or caught. And now, it moves just slightly, once a year, like a needle twitching on a dial. Odd detail satellite data from NASA picked up a thermal signature beneath the island in late August 2022. It lasted exactly 19 minutes. Round, pulsing, radiating outward like sonar. There was no volcanic activity, no mechanical equipment, just heat. Rising, rippling, fading. You sit now on the rocks at the island's edge. The trees behind you are too still. The lake laps quietly, as if pretending. And somewhere beneath your feet, something ancient hums like a forgotten machine, cycling, pulsing, calculating, not sleeping, just waiting. You stand and look inland. There's no trail, but the trees part anyway, like they know you're coming. Like they always have. Let's go to the ice now. Far from the forests, far from the deserts and the seas. Out to where the air itself crackles with cold and silence Antarctica. A place so isolated, so frozen in both time and space, that secrets can sleep beneath its glaciers for millions of years, without so much as a whisper. And in 2016, something down there started humming. Satellites were the first to notice, not from photographs, but from gravitational anomalies. A mass incredibly dense and oddly shaped was registering beneath the ice in Wilks land near the eastern edge of the continent. The anomaly spans over 150 miles in diameter and dips nearly a mile deep into the Earth's crust, That's bigger than the asteroid that supposedly wiped out the dinosaurs. But here's the catch. It's not a crater. It's a dome. Upward facing, smooth-bottomed, and warm. Not hot, not boiling, but emitting heat. Constantly, scientists scrambled to explain it. Maybe it was the result of a supervolcano. Maybe a glacial anomaly. But no known volcano fits the pattern, and there's no caldera, no ash layer, no lava field. Just mass. Still. Pressing. Odd fact. Beneath the ice, the area gives off strange radar echoes. Not jagged like rock, not soft like sediment. Layered, like something stacked. Compartmentalized, man-made. No one will say that officially, but several private expeditions were suddenly denied access to the region in late 2016, despite having permits and funding. Then came the seismic pulses, small, regular, like footsteps on the crust. They repeated every 12 hours, detectable only by the most sensitive instruments. Too rhythmic to be tectonic, too deep to be weather. Some called it ice settling, others called it breathing. Historians, geologists, and theorists still debate the meaning of it all. Could this be an ancient impact site, the remains of a fallen meteor? Maybe even a remnant of some long-lost continent crushed and buried by shifting plates. But then there's the symmetry. Ground-penetrating radar in 2018 revealed a hexagonal structure beneath the ice nearly 2,000 feet across, perfectly aligned along celestial poles. The formation is angular precise, like the blueprint of a complex installation, not the product of ice flow or volcanic activity. And it echoes. That's the strangest part. Radar waves sent into the dome bounce back with slight modulation. That means there's space inside. Not solid rock. Not ice. Something hollow. Something constructed. You stand now on the frozen shelf above it, wrapped in layers, breathing shallow. The wind howls, but there's no wildlife here. No birds, no tracks. Just white. Endless white. And silence, except your radio crackles. The same frequency that worked flawlessly now picks up only intermittent static. Then a tone. Faint. Pulsing. Like Morse code, but not in any known rhythm. Just a sequence of long and short bursts that repeats every 83 seconds. NASA called it natural background interference, but they logged it and encrypted the file. Odd detail. Satellite imaging shows that the ice above the anomaly has not shifted in 50 years. While glaciers around it flow and shift, the ice above remains still. Anchored, like something is holding it from below, or resisting. Then came the expedition that didn't return. In 2020, an independent research group equipped with ground drills and sensor pods set out to map the anomaly in real time. The last message they sent, surface breached. Entering chamber now. No further transmissions were received. 2 months later, a supply team found their equipment, abandoned tents, intact drills, powered down, everything packed as if for departure. But no people, no bodies, no tracks. Just one thing, carved into the snow beside the camp. They were never gone. No tool marks, no melting. Just letters, precise, frozen in place. Historians still debate whether this is connected to the old Nazi base myths, stories that during World War II, German expeditions came to Antarctica and found something so compelling, they tried to build research stations above it. But even those tales seem small now, because whatever sleeps beneath Wilks land doesn't belong to one nation or culture. It's older than our maps, older than our language, and it wasn't left behind. It was sealed. The locals of nearby Patagonia, thousands of miles away, but spiritually connected to the pole, have old stories of a second sun buried in the earth. A warm god not of fire, but of rhythm, who fell asleep beneath the ice when the world became too loud. They say when it wakes, time will rearrange itself. And maybe that's not metaphor. Maybe it's programming. You kneel in the snow now. The static on your radio clears for 1 second, just long enough to hear a tone. One note. Deep. Clear. Impossible to place. You look up at the sky. Nothing moves. And then you remember something. The radar technician said, the anomaly beneath the ice doesn't reflect the shape of a dome. It reflects the outline of something within it. The dome isn't the object. It's the casing. A shell, like something meant to emerge. So what is the Wilks land anomaly? A forgotten fortress? A meteoric crash site? A machine sleeping in the crust? Or is it the last echo of something not from here, placed gently beneath the deepest, coldest part of the world, so we'd never find it until we were ready, or reckless, or both? And maybe that time is now. Now we head to Africa, not to the pyramids of Giza, or the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, but to a ruin so old, so forgotten, that most maps don't even bother marking it anymore. Tucked away in the southern highlands of Zimbabwe, surrounded by thorn bush, and silence is a place called Great Zimbabwe. You've probably never heard of it, but once it ruled an empire. The first thing you notice is the stone. Not just the material granite, but the way it's stacked. Towering walls built without mortar, just stone on stone, so precisely balanced they've stood for over 900 years. Some over 30 feet high, curved like waves, frozen mid-motion. They wind through the landscape with a strange confidence, enclosing spaces that feel less like courtyards and more like circuits. That's your first odd fact. Great Zimbabwe wasn't built in straight lines. It flows. There are 3 main areas, the hill complex perched high with a commanding view. The great enclosure, where the most iconic conical tower stands, and the valley ruins, a sprawl of foundations and walls that suggest a city larger than anyone expected. At its peak, Great Zimbabwe housed 20,000 people. Trade routes reach the Indian Ocean. Artifacts from as far as Persia and China have been found in the ruins, but no one knows who built it. That's right. A stone city of monumental architecture, trade and influence, and its architects remain a mystery. Some say it was the Shona people, and this is the most accepted theory. Oral traditions support it, and modern Zimbabwe honors it with pride. But the actual construction techniques, the tools used, and the reasons behind its layout still unexplained. And then there's the tower. Inside the great enclosure stands a solid conical structure 30 feet tall, made entirely of granite bricks. No doors, no windows, no inner chamber. Just a monolith, a tower that does nothing but stand. Historians still debate its purpose, a symbol of power, a storage facility, a throne, a tomb, but there's no sign of burial, no ash, no remains, no offerings, just shape, just silence. Some researchers now believe the conical tower may have been resonant, an acoustic artifact designed to amplify or concentrate sound. When you stand near it and speak at certain pitches, the sound reflects oddly bouncing in ways that seem unnatural. Like the stone is alive with memory. Then there's the pattern of the walls. They form labyrinths, not defenses. Winding paths that lead not away from enemies, but inward toward the center, toward the tower, like a ritual procession, like a path meant to be walked slowly, deliberately, as if each turn revealed something new. Odd detail. Many of the walls contain niches, small rectangular gaps placed at irregular intervals, not large enough for storage, not aligned for decoration. Some say they held offerings. Others suggest they were antennae of a kind we no longer understand. And beneath the ruins chambers, in 2013, researchers used ground-penetrating radar and discovered a subterranean grid rooms and corridors that don't align with the visible structures above. No entrances have been found, just echoes in the data. They're still sealed, still waiting. So what happened to Great Zimbabwe? Why was it abandoned? Theories range from drought to disease to political collapse, but nothing definitive. No signs of war, no violent destruction. It simply faded. People stopped living there. The city emptied, as if its purpose had been fulfilled or outlived. Odd fact, the name Zimbabwe itself is believed to come from the Shona phrase Zimba Dza Mabwe, houses of stone. But some linguists point to a second translation, the venerated houses, which raises a question. What was being venerated? You climb the hill complex now, up a steep path, lined with rock. At the summit, you find a view that takes your breath away, not just the land, but the layout. From above, the structures form a pattern, a spiral widening outward with the conical tower at its center, just like a fingerprint or a signal. Some believe the entire complex is a kind of calendar mapping celestial cycles, solstices, equinoxes. Others think it's older than we realize, much older, that the Shona inherited it and added their own layers, that beneath it lies something not just forgotten, but intentionally buried. A memory the earth no longer volunteers. One theory rarely voiced says Great Zimbabwe wasn't just a city. It was a resonance node part of a global network. That its spirals, stones, and towers weren't just for the living, but for aligning with the deep earth. With frequencies we no longer hear. With messages we forgot how to send. That it was a device, not a dwelling. And when its cycle ended, it shut down, quietly, but not completely. You run your hand along the stone now. It's warm, not from the sun, but from within. It hums, just slightly. A pulse, a rhythm. You close your eyes and feel the air around you shift not in temperature, but in tone. The birdsong falls away. The wind stills, and for a moment you feel like you're not alone. Not in a haunted sense, but in a remembered one, because this place isn't abandoned. It's resting, and someday someone will finish what it started. Let's return now, not to a place above the earth or below it, but to a place inside it. Or at least that's what some believe. Because somewhere in the icy emptiness of the Arctic, between magnetic disturbances and topographic blind spots, lies a hole. A very specific hole. One that some say leads into the earth itself. You've probably heard the phrase, hollow earth. It sounds like science fiction, the stuff of old novels and conspiracy boards. But what most people don't know is that it began with something far more unsettling: real expeditions, real journals, real maps. And one of those maps, it came from Admiral Richard E. Byrd. In 1947, Byrd led Operation High Jump, a U.S. Navy mission to Antarctica, publicly described as a training exercise. But privately, some believe the mission's true goal was to locate an entrance into what Bird had allegedly called the land beyond the pole. According to transcripts leaked decades later, never verified but never fully debunked, either Bird wrote in his private journal that his plane entered an area where the climate warmed unexpectedly, where ice gave way to lush greenery, and where he encountered flying machines that resembled discs. Yes, flying discs. And more bizarrely, he claimed to have been escorted by these crafts to an underground city populated by a tall, fair-skinned race who communicated telepathically and warned him about humanity's use of nuclear weapons. Sounds impossible, feels like pulp fantasy. And maybe it is. But here's the thing, after Bird returned, he went silent. Publicly, he stuck to the script. But his next Arctic mission was canceled, his papers sealed, and he was ordered never to speak of certain geographic discoveries. He died a decade later, with questions still swirling around him. Historians still debate whether the hollow Earth theory has any scientific merit. Most geologists reject it outright. And yet, things keep surfacing. Old Inuit legends tell of a land to the north where the sun never sets and the air is warm. A place where animals grow enormous and people live in peace for hundreds of years. Some say their ancestors came from inside the earth, not from across it. The Eskimo word agarta means inner kingdom. Coincidence? Odd fact. In 2019, satellite scans of the Arctic Ocean floor picked up what appeared to be a vertical shaft over 30 miles wide descending beneath the crust. Not volcanic, not tectonic, a straight drop. But no mission has explored it because, well, it doesn't show up anymore. The data vanished, archived, redacted. All that remains are a few blurry screenshots from amateur forums and the question, why hasn't it been investigated? Unless, of course, it has. And then there's the sound. In 1997, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a deep-sea acoustic phenomenon off the southern coast of South America. They called it the bloop. It was the loudest underwater sound ever recorded, louder than a blue whale, louder than an iceberg breaking. It echoed across sensors thousands of miles apart. The source, roughly 50 degrees 100 degree W, near the Antarctic ridge. Later officials claimed it was ice, but even NOAA admitted that the frequency signature resembled a living organism. And beneath that region, more anomalies, cavern systems, heat signatures, hollow domes. Things that shouldn't exist in the geological model we trust. So maybe Hollow Earth isn't what we think. Maybe it's not an entire inverted world. Maybe it's a network chambers cities corridors hidden deep beneath the crust. A system older than our surface civilizations. Not carved by us, but by someone else. Someone who went in before we ever stood up straight, and who might still be there. You descend in your mind now, past rock and magma, past the tectonic layers we name in textbooks. You reach the mantle line, where the pressure should crush every hope of life. And yet, there's a pulse, not mechanical, not biological. A kind of signal, a steady beat, like the earth has a heart that we've mistaken for silence. Ancient maps from Tibet show entrances to the inner world at specific coordinates, places that today are marked by electromagnetic irregularities, ancient ruins, or both. One entrance, Mount Shasta, California. Another, the Amazon rainforest. A third, beneath the ice in Antarctica. And one more, still debated beneath the Sphinx in Egypt. Is it myth misreading or a message? Odd detail. Several seismic events over the last 2 decades have originated from non-shifting zones, areas where no plates meet, no pressure builds. Yet the quakes are sharp, precise, almost like movement, like a door opening or closing, and one of them happened directly below the site Admiral Byrd once claimed to enter. So what is Hollow Earth? A fairy tale? A misunderstanding of geology? Or is it something more elusive, a metaphor with teeth? A name we gave to the possibility that we are not alone, not in space, but in layers. That the Earth itself may house a history, beneath the history sealed in stone, and pressure hidden not by distance, but by design. You feel it now, beneath your feet, as you stand on the surface and look up at the stars. You realize we've always looked outward for mystery. But maybe the answers aren't above us. Maybe they're below, waiting, listening, echoing every footstep we make up here, wondering when we'll stop digging for oil and start listening for invitations. Because maybe Hollow Earth isn't hollow. Maybe it's full. And maybe it's awake. This is it. The last door. The final breath of this long, quiet descent into the world's strangest corners. And tonight, it brings us not to a buried city, a strange artifact, or a humming tomb, but to the spaces between. The mysteries that don't have names. The ones that live in the shadows of maps in the margins of textbooks, in the moments where the world pauses just long enough for you to notice something's off. You know the feeling. That second of stillness before a storm. The flicker at the edge of your vision. The way a room sometimes feels like it's holding its breath. And nowhere is this sensation more concentrated than in the zone of silence. Located in northern Mexico, in the heart of the Mapimi Desert, the zone of silence, or La Zona del Silencio, is one of the strangest places on Earth. Not because it looks strange. The terrain is dry scrubby, dotted with cactus and stone. It resembles New Mexico or Arizona. But the moment you step into the heart of the zone, everything changes. Radios stop working, compasses spin, signals drop. Even birds don't sing. It's as if the place refuses communication. Discovered by accident in the 1970s, when a U.S. missile test went wildly off course and crashed in the region hundreds of miles from its intended trajectory, scientists soon realized something was wrong. Recovery teams reported malfunctioning equipment, disorientation, and a heavy, almost oppressive silence. And then the stories began. Locals spoke of strange lights, orbs that danced across the desert floor, changing direction mid-air. Others claimed to see figures tall, pale human-like, but somehow off, silent, observing, never leaving footprints. Some travelers lost time here, not minutes, hours. A man walking toward a landmark suddenly found it was night, the stars in a different part of the sky. He hadn't fallen. He hadn't slept. But something had shifted. Odd fact. The zone sits along the same latitude as the Bermuda Triangle and the pyramids of Giza. A perfect belt of strangeness. Some say it's coincidence. Others believe the Earth has energy nodes points where reality is thinner, more malleable. Historians still debate whether the electromagnetic anomalies in the zone are due to underground iron deposits, meteor fragments, or something else entirely. And yes, there have been meteors, dozens of them in fact. The desert is rich with highly magnetized fragments that disrupt electronics and confuse birds. But why here? And why do some people feel watched? In 2005, a team from a university in Durango set up a series of motion-triggered cameras throughout the region. They hoped to capture wildlife patterns, or perhaps even the mysterious lights reported by ranchers. But most of the cameras never triggered, except one. And that one took a single frame. Blurry, overexposed, but undeniably strange. A figure, tall, slender, backlit, facing the lens, no footsteps in the sand, no follow-up image, just one photograph, like a hello or a warning. You walk now through the zone's center boots, crunching against sun-bleached stone. Your GPS cuts out. Your phone flickers, then dies. The air feels thick but not hot, like walking through watered-down electricity. And there ahead, an old stone circle. Weathered, crumbled, maybe natural, maybe not. But inside, your voice doesn't echo, not even a whisper. Some say this is a gravity well. Others think it's an ancient installation, older than recorded history, still humming just below the threshold of perception. Here's where it gets even stranger. A biologist studying tortoises in the area noticed something odd. Certain species here show genetic mutations. Not harmful, not monstrous, just accelerated. One particular breed of cactus blooms twice as fast here. Another grows in perfect spirals, mirroring the layout of distant galaxies. Coincidence or communication? Odd detail. Every 11 years, when solar activity peaks, the zone pulses. Not visibly, not with light, but with magnetic noise. It crashes weather balloons. It confuses satellites. It creates what scientists call interference events and what locals simply call visits. And they know when one's coming, because the silence gets louder. Some think the zone is a remnant of a fallen satellite. Others blame military experiments or a buried structure of pre-human origin. But the evidence remains elusive, always half covered in sand, always just out of frame. You kneel now in the circle. Your breath fogs slightly, though the air is dry. You press your palm to the ground, and you feel it. A pulse, not seismic, not imagined, just one beat, like a knock, and then nothing. Historians still debate whether the zone is an accident of geology or a design left behind. But the people who've walked through it, they don't forget. Because something about the zone lingers. Not in memory, but in presence. Like a smell you can't place. A song you almost remember. A name you've never spoken. So, what is the zone of silence? A place of interference or a waiting room? A place where reality frays slightly at the edges, letting the ancient signal shine through. Where time loops, devices fail, and language loses meaning. Where the world listens back. You stand and step out of the circle. The hum fades. Your devices sputter to life. The stars realign overhead. And as you look back one last time, you see it. Not a place of nothing, but a place of almost known, almost seen, almost understood. And maybe that's where the real mystery lives, not in the things we've lost, but in the ones we've almost found. You made it. 30 journeys, 30 impossible places. And now the silence is deeper, softer, the kind that stretches between stars and settles behind your eyes as you drift toward sleep. Maybe you remember some of the mysteries, the whispering gear buried in desert clay, humming with forgotten frequency. The Baltic Sea, anomaly resting beneath the waves, like a machine waiting for its signal. The birds in Jatinga diving from the sky, with no reason except the rhythm only they hear. Or perhaps it's the things you don't remember clearly, the pulse beneath Antarctica, the disappearing spiral on North Fox Island, the conical tower in Great Zimbabwe that hums when no one's looking. They weren't just stories, they were questions, glimpses, possibilities. And what connects them isn't just the strangeness or the silence, but the pattern, the suggestion that across centuries, continents, and cultures, someone or something was building. Something. not temples, not tombs, but a network of memory, a map written in stone, sound, shadow, and silence, waiting for the right eyes to see it. You. Now, as the light from your screen fades and the last whispers of this world settle into your pillow, remember this: you don't need to understand the mystery to be changed by it. Wonder doesn't need answers, only attention. So rest easy, somewhere under a mountain or a sea or a layer of forgotten soil. Something waits, not to scare you, not to test you, but to remind you that the world is still bigger than what we've named. And sometimes the best way to find the truth is to fall asleep with a question. Good night.